Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Okay. Hopefully I can be heard. Thank you everybody who joined me today for the pre-show. I would like to say, whilst I think they're still listening, good luck with the job interview. Mobile Suit Gooch. I'm not sure if they can hear if they're listening. Oh no, I think they've already gone. What? Well, good luck with the job interview. You'll hear this on the VOD. Thank you to everyone that came today. Heather Athene, Mousy, Red Hood, Roche, Yeshua, Vinnie Mac. And I'll see you all on the other side and you can help me with the audio. We're just doing audio check. See you in a sec. Bye bye. Okay, 1 2. How's the audio? Actually, I don't know how loud the music is on top of the music. If the music's hella loud, let me know. I'm not sure at the moment. Is it hella loud? Or is it okay? Let me just let everyone know that I'm live. Mousy, are you actually working? That's why you didn't move. I'm just going to adjust my audio settings. If I can... Oh my god, what is going on here? I just got to... Okay, so Google Chrome is incredibly low. But the important thing is that you can hear it okay and it's not too loud for me. Turn down Google Chrome. It's kind of loud for me. Can you all hear the music? Check 1 2. Okay, should be okay. Please let me know. Just going to have to mute that goddamn phone. That's what I'm going to have to do. Okay, let's see how that is. I'm just going to quickly check the audio, so you're going to hear double audio for 1 second. I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, but I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, see, I'll put you in the waiting room, so, you know. Okay, we're going to get started in just a bit. Oh yeah, because I'm not talking. I'm not talking. You can only hear the background music. Where did you say that? Yeah, I'm talking now. Volume good. Okay, we'll get started then. Thank you, J Alpha. Yeah, I wasn't talking. I was. Okay, let's get started. Hello everybody, welcome to another live stream of Game Corner Shop Live. Today's relaxing music is brought to us from the Xenoblade franchise. So it's extra long night in Xenoblade, relaxing music from Xenoblade 1, 2, 3 and X. This is a very long compilation that was recommended to me by Vinnie Mac. So Vinnie Mac, thank you for the selection. I probably will not be playing it for the whole show. It's for 5 hours, goddamn thing. But we'll see. We'll see. There might be some other music I might want to play. We'll see. We'll see. Today we have a few topics to talk about because I have not been live in a while. Last week I was too tired and feeling unwell, couldn't do a stream. So we did, however, talk about the topics at that time in our Discord server. We had some discussions over voice chat about the Game Awards and that sort of thing. So because we've already talked about that, it's been a while, we're not going to go over that today. Instead, we have some more recent and relevant news we're going to go over, including some news that we got last night about the fate of The Last of Us Online. That's something to discuss. And we're going to talk about latest sales figures, including Famitsu, MPD, and some questionable adverts that have been made by a company called Atlus. We're going to talk about that. And then in reference to the title, I found a thread on a Japanese forum discussing Atlus recently that I thought was interesting for us to go over. We're just doing it for entertainment purposes here, right? Okay, so don't take it too seriously, because we're using a combination of Google Translate and my terrible like toddler level Japanese, so just bear with us. We're gonna go through that. Should be fun. And yeah, we've got some people that want to join in the fun today. We have some of our wonderful community members might be around today. We'll have to wait and see who's available. But yeah, Kike can't be here today. He is in surgery, so Kike, good luck. I hope everything goes well for you too. And yeah, let's get started with the weekly Famitsu sales. So for this purposes, I'll be using niche barrier because I like the way it's displayed very clearly on niche barrier. In a way that it displays clearly on the screen for everybody to see. But I also have the Famitsu, what do I call it? Just the Famitsu website, and this is because you can see the bar, but we know the percentages for it. And Red Hood, I'm ignoring your comment because I can not. If I address that now, I'm going to get mad. Red Hood, right? I saw it. I'm not addressing it. Okay, so I'm going to start off with these Famitsu sales. Now, what's interesting about it is that because we're like closing, we're like in the holiday period, all the sales, everything goes up. Normally everything starts selling a lot more. So we've got direct comparisons also with like previous years, like, or we can compare it with last year. So I hope you can hear, because this music is very rousing. This music is a bit too rousing. I hope you can hear me above this. I want to turn this down. This music is hella loud. Is it too loud or does it sound alright? I saw that, Richard. Is it too loud? Oh wait, do I have this thing open? Oh sorry, yeah. Morning, evening. Hello, Mario DK. Red Hood. I don't know what that emoji means. Mario DK, I should be able to join in a bit. Just having a bit. Okay, well, don't wolf down your breakfast. Take your time. I think you could do with being a bit louder, your voice. Okay, thank you. Music is fine. All right, so let me go into the Streamlabs and turn myself up a bit. Hopefully, I'm not too loud. But no, I don't want to be hitting red bars when I get getting excitable. Okay, I should be a tad bit louder now. You'll have to let me know how that sounds. Yeah, so don't wolf down your breakfast, Meredith. Okay, take your time. Take your time. Okay, so let's go over the Famitsu sales. I'd say because we're when is Joey ever speaking her quiet voice? All the bloody time, Vinnie Mac. When you're not winding me up, that's when I speak in my quiet voice. What the hell? Okay, so let's talk about these sales. I said we're in the holiday period, and I think we should do some year over year as well. So what's important to note here is that Mario Wonder, as I said, all these games are going to start going up, right? A lot of them are going to start going up. Mario Wonder, Super Mario Bros. Wonder is number 1. Up from it was number 2 last week. So that has gone up 33%. again, it's a holiday period, right? So and it's going to be like this until the beginning of next year, when everything just kind of plummets. You'll see in the first part of January, everything will plummet. Like right after the first week, I should say. After the first week, everything plummets. So it's up for, so it's 82,470 this week. Now the new Morotaro Dentetsu has a very marginal drop of just 4%. So 62,000 this week. That's at number 2. So we'll have to see how that stacks up against the previous Momotaro game. I think it's not as much. I think the previous one sold more. But I mean, they're releasing like just a second game on the same system or in the same generation or whatever. So I don't know if you could expect it to sell as much as the first game. But we'll see. So that's a total of 540,000 now. So Dragon Quest Monsters The Dark Prince is at number 3. Now if you remember, Square Enix being Square Enix didn't ship enough copies of this goddamn game, and the physical copies sold out. So I was expecting a bigger drop than this. I mean, 85% drop. Considering the game sold out everywhere, it could have been. I thought this was gonna be like 95% or something. It's 85%. So it sold another 51,000 this week. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Square Enix can get another shipment out before the end of the holiday period. If they don't, it's an L. I mean, it's already an L. It'll be like an extra L. It's like a giant L. But Square Enix and L's, name me a better combo than that. Number 4 is Pikmin 4. That sold 26,000 or almost 27,000. Went up 101%. And it's also gone over 1 million physical as well. It's interesting. Super Mario RPG is at number 5. That sold 17,000. That's gone down. Don't expect this game to necessarily have the longest legs. It is an RPG after all. Probably would have dropped more than this if it wasn't for the holiday boost. At number 6 we have an unexpected game, because it's not a new. It's a new version of a new SKU, I should say, of a game that's already out. So this is Final Fantasy VII Remake integrated on the PlayStation 5, which you remember did already release earlier this year. But this is the new price edition. So what they do, Square Enix has done this, obviously many companies do this. They will release, after the game's been out for some number of months or whatever, they will release a new version at a cheaper price. So I believe this is like 5,000 yen or something, and the other one was like, it must have been like 9,000 yen. Now the thing that many people have pointed out is that some people are saying that, you know, maybe people are kind of dumb for going and buying this, because if you if you pre-order Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the new game coming next year, if you pre-order that, you get a free digital copy. If you pre-order it digitally, you get a free digital copy of Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. So some people are like, well, why would anyone buy this physical copy? Well, number one, not everybody necessarily wants a digital copy, or they might not even know. They might not. That's the other thing. They might not want a digital copy. They might prefer physical, or they might not even know. So what you need to remember is that a lot of people just go into the physical stores and just pick up what's on the shelf. So they go into the physical store, they see it on the shelf, and they buy it. I think that's what happens in a lot of cases, probably, because it sold 14,000. So if a game is already out and you can get free if you pre-order Rebirth, it's a lot more than you. I mean, not crazy amounts more, but a lot for a game that if you really wanted to, you could probably find a second-hand copy of it for less than 5,000 yen or whatever it is they're asking for this version of it. So kind of odd, but again, like I said, not everybody. You remember, most people aren't in the know and looking for and necessarily realize that you can get it digital version, or they don't want a digital version, or they go into the store or something like that. Could be a combination of those things. Mario DK says Square Enix seems to lack confidence in themselves despite how they portray themselves. I don't know if Square Enix lacks confidence in themselves. I think Square Enix is high on their own supply. That's what I think. Because they thought a lot of things about Final Fantasy 16. They thought it was going to be a breakthrough. They definitely thought it was going to be like a breakthrough hit. They thought God of War 2018 was going to happen. They thought what happened to God of War 2018. They thought that Final Fantasy 16 was going to be their God of War 2018 moment. I'm telling you, that's what they thought. They're definitely high on their own supply. And it's not. I don't know if they've really improved or humbled themselves since Matsuda's gone. Thank goodness Matsuda's gone. But Airbrush Kiryu-san, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know. I do wonder. Marika says, but there were those reports that Square Enix was slightly panicking about Final Fantasy 16 after the pre-order numbers coming in. Yeah, that was via Imran Khan. I remember. Yeah, I believe it. They probably were, because the pre-order numbers weren't great, and we saw the sales numbers. I was like, oh, what, 3 million? That's fantastic. Okay. Yes, it's good, but it's just okay. It's just acceptable for that. You want it to sell more. They wanted it to be a breakout hit, which is when we got this message. We got that the Airbrush Kiryu-san said, oh, it was at the lower end of their expectations. So they have a range of expectations, and they wanted it to be at the high. Obviously, they wanted it to be at the higher end, but it wasn't. Yeah. Final Fantasy. Twinimax says on Discord, Final Fantasy Crisis Core would have been a better release now than last year. I don't know. I think it would have been a bit too close to Rebirth, honestly. And how, yeah, exactly how packed it is as well, says J Alpha. Yeah, I don't know about that, Vinnie Mac. No December game. Yeah, they do have a December game, Vinnie Mac. Square Enix has a December game. Have you just, like, have you been neuralized? Has your brain been wiped? You don't know what their December game is? Or you literally just thought about it? Dragon Quest Monsters 3. They have a game. Square Enix felt was too close to Rebirth, yeah. They have a December game. A December game that seems to have been selling better. It's sold better than in Japan anyway, but sold better than Final Fantasy 16 in Japan. We can ignore what? We can ignore Jodie. Hang on a minute. You're the one just saying that Square Enix has no December game when Dragon Quest Monsters just came out. What? What is Dragon Quest Monsters then? What's happening here? Oh my god. I don't even know. At number 7, WarioWare Move It. Was a little bit concerned about this game. Well, I'm still a bit concerned about it. It's not doing anywhere near as well as the previous WarioWare title. I don't think it's even up to, I think that was 100,000 first week or something like that. This has gone up 41%. Maybe it just needed to be next to a holiday. But even then, it's probably not going to sell as much as the previous WarioWare. So that sold 13,500 this week. At number 8 we have Minecraft. That sold 12,800. That's up 62%. Number 9, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So 12,000 is up 44%. At number 10 we have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That sold... That's up 60%? That's up 60%. Sold 11,300. So you have a number of things that are up. Now there's only like 3 new releases this week. As I said, one of them technically is not actually a new game, it's just a new SKU of the same game. So the new games that came out this week is number 1, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. That's at number 12. It's on PlayStation 5 and it sold 8,363. I mean, it's not a game I expected to sell well in Japan. I mean, is Avatar popular there? I mean, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know how this game is even going to do worldwide, because I don't know how many people are that hot on Avatar that they need to play an Avatar game, which apparently is a lot like Far Cry, People saying it's kind of like Far Cry. It's in first person for one thing, so they didn't make. It's like an action adventure game, but it's in first person. That's gonna put people off. Some people off straight away. So it didn't sell very well. I mean, you know, I think when we were talking about this Red Hood and sorry, not Red Hood, J Arthur, you asked and I said, oh, maybe it could do 20k or something like that, and you was like, oh yeah 20k because the last Far Cry game did 20k. No, apparently not. So this performance is that even when you add in digital, it's pathetic. Even when you add digital to that, even if you doubled it and said, like, that's 16,000, that's still pathetic. A AAA game. It's pathetic. Don't know how this is going to do worldwide. We're going to have to wait and see. Upcoming. I actually don't know about that game. But yeah, flopped in Japan, but was predictable, to be honest. So the other game is... I think this... I thought this was a shoot 'em up, but maybe it's not a shoot 'em up. It's a strategy game or something. I don't know. It's... Somebody tell me what this is. This is some like re-release of some old game. Don Pachi Blissful Death Reincarnation. Does anybody know what that is? I mean, M2 did it, so presumably it's a remaster or something. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so it was. Let me click this. Look at this a sec. So there's a PS. Okay, so a PS4 version, a Switch version. Oh, it says shoot. Oh, okay, maybe it is a shoot 'em up then. Oh, okay. So I think it is a shoot 'em up. I think it's just like an old arcade shoot 'em up. I think is what it is. Okay, so yeah, it's a shoot 'em up. They're charging 6,800 yen for that. What? That's a lot for a shoot 'em up. What are they thinking? Anyway, that's why. Good lord. So anyway, and that's at number 23. Sold 4,480 on a Switch. PS4 version is at number 28 and sold 3,648. So those are the new entries into the chart. That's all there was this week. Everything else is older games that are already out. Or is it a collection? Okay, Jaffa says collection. Is it a collection of shoot 'em ups? Oh, it's one of the best collections of shoot 'em ups. Okay, there you go. That's what Jaffa says it is. Shmups. Shmups? Is that how you say it? Shmups. 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 Yeah. Okay, so some classic games that obviously they have a, you know, their own fan base and everything. I still think it's, even if you say it's a collection, J Alpha, it still seems expensive. It still seems expensive to me. It's almost 7,000 yen. So that's like a full price game. If you convert it, right? It's like full price game. So that's this week's software. I think going into the holidays that we will continue to see some of these games go up. If Square Enix gets some stock of Dragon Quest Monsters 3, that should be able to get a decent jump. Hopefully, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, they really need to get a shipment in before the end of the year, basically, for that game. ASAP, basically, because it will do pretty well. So we're going to talk about the hardware. Well, this here is the software chart. Comparing this week, last week, and this year. So, I mean, you know, it's pretty overwhelmingly Switch in Japan, as we know. So for the whole, if we tally everything up for this year of the Famitsu chart, 83% of it is Switch. So that's 13,100,000 roughly. What you need to remember is that last year had 2 Pokemon games. There was 2 Pokemon games last year, so that's why you've got this situation here where it's showing you last year. That's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right there. And then at the beginning of the year was what do you call it? The beginning of last year was Legends Arceus. So when comparing directly that the total number of software from this year to last year, it's a year-over-year drop because last year was just Pokemon. So I mean, yeah. So that's what happens basically. Pokemon sells a lot. So 12% PS5. That's 1,900,000 units software. 5% PS4, 700,000 for a total of 15,800,000 roughly. So I mean, like I said, year over year, if you compare this with last year, the software was down because of the lack of Pokemon. And like the DLC, whatever, doesn't cut it really, because it's not like back in the day they'd release a whole ass new version of a game. You go and buy a whole ass new. They're not doing it now. They're doing DLC. So some companies called Atlus need to learn from that. Market share. So yeah, that's how the Japanese market looks like. And this is one PS5 game. I don't know what that was. What was this game here? It's probably like a Dragon or something. So yeah. This is what it looks like when there's no PlayStation releases. It just goes up like that. I'm just showing on screen a chart on niche. If you go on niche barrier, there's some like automatically generated charts, some charts that are generated from the numbers. It's really good actually. So you can get in like an in-depth look at stuff. So let's look at the hardware. So we're going to be looking also with year over year, because we really consider the fact that the Switch is now like pretty much the end of its life, right? So, and to also when you compare it with other consoles that were at this point in their life, the Switch is selling way more. But because it's just such a higher bar that the Switch has set, it seems like low for the Switch, right? So I think at this time, when you compare it with like the DS or the 3DS, they were like dead at this point. So anyway, this week the Switch sold 92,776. Next was the PlayStation 5 with 44,000. So the Switch was up versus last week. So last week was 79,000. But when you look at last year, it was 158,000 this time last year. But there was also a new Pokemon game last year, and it was also a year ago, so that's, you know, to be expected. So this is high for a console this age, very high. It's not normally what you see, but it's low for the Switch. But like I said, it's because the bar's kind of higher. But yeah, Switch is at its end of its life, so it's not going to perform the same. Plus, there's not a new Pokemon game this year driving hardware. The PlayStation 5. Let's get back to PlayStation 5. So 44,000. It's pretty much flat on last week, because last week was almost 44,000. It's almost the same. Like within a margin of error, it's almost the same, right? So, you know, some people are asking, well, why didn't it go up? Especially when there's a new slim model. I think some people are just maybe forgetting that with previous PlayStation consoles, when they've made a slim model, there's been a price cut. Usually, is what happens, right? So that's what it drives more sales. This time they've pretty much done the opposite. They've did a price increase, and especially for Japan, they did like a pretty significant price increase. I'd call it a significant price increase is what they did. So I think that's why it's just not able to grow in the same way as previous slim consoles, and also why it hasn't risen like compared to last week. There wasn't really like software for it to rise this week. The tie ratio is very low. I'm sure maybe Mario DK will be able to talk about that in a bit. So yeah, so we'd have to wait and see what happens going into the rest of the holiday. I think the reason some people expected the PlayStation 5 to go, despite the fact it got a price increase, was that they said, well, the smaller form factor is more appealing in the Japanese market. That may well be true, but is it worth the extra? I mean, they went up. How much did percent? It went up like 20. Was it 25% or something? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that high. So how much percent did the PS5 go up by? It's It's really expensive. Is it worth it? It's to just, oh, it's slightly smaller, so let me buy and pay more money for it now. That's not enough for people. Plus, there's not the software they want as well. So that's another thing. We'll discuss that more. The Xbox Series consoles sold 2,508. Slightly up on last week, but again, it's, you know, Xbox in Japan, so, you know, this is what you're going to see. So it was 2,190 last week, but it's up year over year. So a year ago it was 1,524. But, you know, I actually think that Xbox Series has already peaked in Japan. I think this is it. So I don't know if the sales are going to get much. I don't think there's anything else that Xbox are going to release that could possibly drive sales. I just don't think there's anything. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything. Unless they like just slash the price and then people will go out and buy it. MaroDK says I can join now. Okay, great. Let's get you on in a sec, MaroDK. PlayStation 4, 2,179. I think they've actually they have now completely stopped production of it. That they was producing a few more, but now it's stopped maybe. If someone knows a bit more about that, maybe you can let me know. I'm not sure. I need to turn my heating down. It's getting too hot now. And the new 3DS now, I do not understand why Famitsu are wasting their time tracking the 3DS that's only selling double digits. I just can't. Like, even this time last year, it only sold 64. Why are you still tracking it? Like, for the entire year to date, it sold 2,980. Like, why are they tracking it? The 3DS is dead. There's no software. They've closed the eShop. They stopped making new ones in like 2019. So I don't know where people are finding these ones. Why are they tracking it? What other system have they tracked for this long after it's dead? I just don't. I literally don't understand. Now I was like mousing. Some people joking. Oh well, somebody at Famitsu really likes the 3DS, and that's why they're still tracking it. It doesn't make it look better to track it this long. I mean, it's just selling 16 units a week. It doesn't make it look good. It makes it look worse. Why are you tracking it? That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, so when MaroDK is ready, we're going to get him on to talk about the tie ratio, as he has some pretty useful data. And then after that, we'll talk about what's happened with Naughty Dog and The Last of Us Online. And then we'll move on to the Atlus stuff, which we have a few things to talk about. But I was hoping to have some guests on to talk about it. Was it just going to be me ranting? Let's have a look at the comments. Yeah, I noticed that Chris had STG on IB, so that's why I thought it was a strategy game. It stands for shooting, not strategy. How does that even make any sense? I thought that meant strategy. Ugh. SMRPG is a pretty faithful. I'm just reading your comics, MaroDK. I was just seeing them now, so it's a pretty faithful remake. Those don't typically have amazing legs, nah. Legs are much better than what Worldwide get it together. Oh really? Shooting, yeah. I thought that meant so I saw that and I thought it was a strategy game. But it's a shoot 'em up. The 3DS will never die. Yeah, but I don't understand why are they still tracking it? Why are they actually tracking it? Ranting understand. Oh my god. Hello, Jay. Is Jago listening? I was like, I never know if he's listening to this or not. So J Alpha says that the collection we was talking about is a small detail of the short collection is 2 games, each are $20 on the eShop. So I'd like $10 for physical, and that's why it's $50 more in yen. Okay, right. Because I was like, that seems kind of expensive, but they've put the physical tax on it. So that's why it's more. Okay. Because the 3DS will live forever. Jago, why are they? You're not understanding what I'm saying. Why are they tracking 16 units selling? Like, how are they even getting to that number? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you track it this long after? It must be somebody there wants to track it, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. What other system has ever been tracked for this long after it's died? Do you think they'll stop tracking it at the end of this year? They can't be tracking it into 2024. Oh, did they say that? They track to the nearest single digit? Did they say they track until it goes to single digits? No, they've never tracked another system for this long. What? Okay, here we go. The Square Enix L's have begun already. So apparently the new Saga game is digital only in the West. Congratulations, Square Enix. Nobody's gonna bloody buy it now. You've made a game that, oh my god, no one's gonna buy it. That's gonna flop. There's not gonna be a physical copy, even for Switch, and it's gonna put people off buying it. It just is. Damn. By the way, that's probably what happened to Alan Wake. Alan Wake flippity flopped. Alan Wake 2 flopped hardcore. Oh god, this Xenoblade music is so goddamn loud. I need to tone it down a bit, hang on. It's loud in my ears, I should say. For me it's loud because what I can hear coming through is loud, so hopefully you can hear it, but it's not intrusive, but you can still hear it, if you know what I mean. Hopefully. So, Mario DK, let me know when you're ready. That's such an L. What Batman skin? Batman skin. Batman skin for what? Ready, okay. Look at this. It's from the Square Enix press release. I don't have access to it. Oh, okay, did they give it to outlets or something? PS2. Yeah, but the PS2, was they tracking it until it was like this? Oh yeah, you have to go into the waiting room, Mario DK. There we go. So we're going to have Mario DK to talk about the tie ratio. Welcome Mario DK, when you are ready. I'm going to bring up install base because I didn't have it open.
Morning, evening.
Morning, yeah. Well, it is indeed evening here. It's
yeah.
Nearly 6:30. Half 6. How you doing?
It's been a while. How have you been?
Yeah. Okay. Not too bad. Yourself?
Not too bad. You know, Thanksgiving holidays are over and saw a bunch of friends and family, so now I'm kind of back to normal, if you will.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to see some family tomorrow, but my flat is... I have to clean up this flat after I've done this. Not looking forward to that. But anyway, what I wanted to find was your post that you did on install base. I can't remember where you put it.
Is it the one comparing the PSV, the Vita, and the PS5?
Yeah, you made a chart. Not that. I might just have to look.
It's like...
I might just have to look you up on... Can everyone hear Mario DK okay? Let me know if you can't or if there's a issue.
I posted it in the Discord.
Okay, thank you. You can hear him okay? Okay, cool. Right, so we're going to look at this because Mario DK's provided a graph, so that's better for visualizing everything. But Mario DK, so you have been following or really like noting the data for the software on the PlayStation 5, the PlayStation 4 and the Switch. I believe on this graph you've also looked at the Vita as well, the Vita software. Bearing in mind that digital does have an impact, you've excluded the digital version of the PlayStation 5 and you're just looking at the disc version, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Disc version to physical software sales. which one would hope you would have at least one piece of physical software for every console that's being sold. So otherwise, why are people buying the physical one? Recently, it has been noted that there seems to be shipping, or Sony seems to be shipping a few thousand more digital versions of the consoles after this, the price hike. This goddamn Xenoblade music is too loud. It's too loud. I think you should turn it down. Sorry, I know you can't hear it, Melody K, but it's in my ear holes. It's in my ear holes, and it's too rousing.
I think it's like at the more emotional, like, kind of part of the music.
It is.
At the beginning of the stream, it was fine, but
it was fine.
You're actually right, because at that right now, it's at least last I heard, it was like swelling and.
Yes, the swelling. The swelling.
Yeah.
I don't need swelling, rousing music in my ear holes. Okay. Okay. Right. Let's get. Sorry, it was like a bit distracting, Okay. J2 Blue, you keep saying the 3DS is immortal. Like, why? It's not. It's already dead. It's dead. Let it go, J2. It's dead. Right. So, Mario DK, what have you got to tell us about you've been following the tie ratio, so what are your findings so far, I should say?
Yeah, so just a bit of backstory. A couple of months back, we've all clearly seen the disparity between the PS5 software sales and the hardware sales. Like, the software sales are so low, but then you have the hardware sales that are like higher than the PS4 at this point of its life, which doesn't make sense given the software, obviously. So what I decided to track was the tie ratio, which all it is every week I take the software sales and divide it by the hardware sales, and that's a tie ratio. That's how many pieces of software are being sold per given amount of hardware each week. And obviously it's not going to be perfect or one-to-one, because every week a game might come out, but some of the existing install base will buy it, and maybe not all the new people that pick up a system will buy it. But over time you kind of can track a trend. And what I found in my previous findings was, and you can see it on the current chart, is that the PS5's tie ratio is abysmal. It's never managed to reach even like 1, right? The one that you see in the current chart, that's like the 50-period moving average. So that first point you see, that's like, if you look at it, there's like a huge gap. The first point is the average of the first 50 weeks. And then each point after that, you drop the first week that you had and you add the new data. So you're constantly adjusting your average as new data comes in. And you would expect, like, okay, it started out really low because of the shortages. And you would expect, 3 years in, that the tie ratio would start to at least be 1 at a bare minimum. It should at least be, increasing. Like, if you look at the PS Vita, that one also started out.
Blue light. There's a dark blue line at the top. I'm just describing it for the stream. And it gradually goes up, basically.
Yeah, the PS Vita is the darker blue one on top, and you can clearly see it started out. It never was below 1 at any point, so that's already a point in favor of the PS Vita. Which, given how hard that thing flopped, just makes the PS5 look worse. But as I was saying, there were shortages at the beginning of the PS5, so hey, let's see how things shake out. Over time, this is 3 years in. This is 3 years after each console is launched, launch aligned. PS Vita is pretty close to 3, and you look at the PS5, and if you even compare it to, like, let's say you look at like 103, that second, kind of like in the middle of the, that's basically 2 years in, roughly.
2 years in.
If you look at the latest data, it's actually lower.
Yeah, what happened? Right, what happened? So at the beginning of this year, the PlayStation 5 supply issues were relieved in about February-ish. So why? But that made is that what happened here, and it made the tie ratio go down?
Yeah. So 103 weeks. That would be like November 22.
Yeah.
So um, if you and then a bit after that, you would see the stock improve.
Mm.
But if you compare it to before and after that, it's really not that much different. And to be honest, you
No.
could argue, and not even argue, you can see that it's like actually even slightly worse. So it's not too surprising considering the kind of software that's been released this year. I mean, Hogwarts came out, um, but after that, I mean, you had Armored Core, and you had a couple of small other games, and Spider-Man 2, but none of these titles really appealed to Japan that much. So,
Final Fantasy
you know,
16.
yeah, and that makes sense. You can tell that, like, obviously the title issue is going to be lower because the software is just not there. There's no attractive software for the people to buy. The other kind of thing that's stuck around is the high level of exporting, which I believe is the only reason the tie ratio is still this low. It doesn't make any sense to have
So I've
these.
I looked into I had some thoughts, right, about this exporting, right? So before the supply issues were easy, when it was like really bad, it was really difficult to get a hold of a PlayStation 5. I did a lot of digging around on Twitter and so on, and just found like dozens of these photographs of people sending out people to buy up PS5s. They would go, individuals go and buy up PS5s, and some of the shops started requiring you needed a store card. So what these certain organized groups, it was organized groups of people. A lot of them seemed to be from China. They would get people with store cards, like Japanese nationals, to go into this. We'll give you a cut if you go and buy a PlayStation 5 with your store card. So that's what they would do. They'd go and buy all these PlayStation 5s. They would go and meet up with, but usually bags and piles of these PlayStation 5s. They'd load them up into vans and then take them. So that's what was happening when the when the supply issues are really bad. Once the supply issues eased up, anybody, and at this point now to this day, and you can just go into a store and just buy a PlayStation 5. The only time when that changed was when they discontinued the fat original PlayStation 5 and substituted for the slim model. But now you can just go and get one. So I thought, okay, so if it's individuals, right? So this is what people think. If individuals, like say just a private person, not an organized gang or a bit, any type of business or anything, just I as an individual, I'm in China, I'm in maybe not Taiwan, sorry, but I'm in some other country, and I want to buy, I'm in Brazil, wherever, right? I want to buy a PlayStation. The yen is weak, so I thought about where you would probably go to do that, right? So my first thoughts were, well, you'd go to Amazon. You'd go to Amazon, you'd go and look, you'd go and find a PlayStation 5, PS5. And I've only checked out a couple of sites of this, so if people been looking at other sites or whatever, you can, tell me what your findings about what you can do on Amazon. Because like here it says, deliver to I'm in the United Kingdom, so it just detects that I'm in the United Kingdom and puts that there. So what you can do, you can put in a Japanese postcode. Now I have a Japanese postcode here. 6018501 is a Japanese postcode. So when I put that in, it says, look, you're shopping for delivery, please show all items available to Japan. Right, so when I do that, now I can buy a PlayStation 5, right? Now it's in stock, delivery. Obviously I'm not really there. Right, but this so you can check. But what you can do is you can change it. Ship outside of Japan. Change to China. Let's see what it says to China. Not available. Look, won't deliver to mainland China mainland. Won't deliver to it. You can see the other ones. That one won't deliver. You can see other buying options. Other buying options that can't deliver. 82,500 yen. You wouldn't pay that anyway. This is one with 2 controllers. Different SKUs. Because I thought, maybe people going to Amazon and buying this. So that's just mainland China. And then, okay, let's change the location. Let's change it to like Brazil or somewhere. You can't get it in Brazil. You can't. I'm just saying Amazon specifically won't deliver it. You have to scroll down and see these way more expensive ones that will deliver. These third-party marketplace sellers, 86,500 yen. At that point, it's not worth it. You're not. It's costing you more money. What other countries are people saying that these are going? This is one site. Now I did try. I looked at like Rakuten and some. I was like, they don't even deliver outside of Japan. Some of those other, Japanese electronic stores. Rakuten doesn't anyway. So I had a look, but I haven't looked at all of them. I was just messing around on this one and thinking, well, what countries could I? You can type, because you've got every country in the world listed on here, like every country on Amazon, Japan. So what other country? Okay, Russia. Are they buying them? Russia, for example. Where's Russia on here? So Russian Federation, for example, won't deliver to Russia. And you've got to look at buying options. So wherever they get, if it's individuals, I suspect it's not individuals that are doing it, because if I was an individual, I'd think, oh, okay, so what other Japanese Japanese electronic stores can you think of when you go and look at them and see if you can get, as an individual, like you're just a person who wants to buy a PlayStation 5, can you get it delivered? Not on Amazon. This is Amazon Japan. I don't know what other countries you can think of where there may be. I don't think they're doing it via Amazon. That's all I can say. Since it's nowhere. So what about like the Philippines? Deliver to Philippines. Won't deliver to Philippines. Right. Buying options. See here. Can't be shipped. Until you go down to the really expensive ones. 86,500 yen. You're not spending. That's costing you more money. Way more money, if you at that point. So it's that third party, they're called marketplace sellers, right? Marketplace sellers, like the Spider-Man bundle. Says out of stock. It probably can't be delivered anyway. It says it's out of stock. But yeah, you can go onto Amazon. You can put on all sorts of different countries, and it just says it won't deliver it. Cause I tried to think of all sorts of different countries, and it just won't come. See, buying options won't deliver. Cannot be shipped to your location. Choose a different location. But yeah, as I said, obviously if you put Japan, 6018501 is a Japanese postcode. Put that in. It says, look, items for Japan. Continue, and now it's available to buy. So where are these being shipped from? Because I thought Amazon was the most likely culprit, but it doesn't seem so. So if there's some other stores, there's Rakuten, there's like Big Camera, there's I can't even think of any others. So I've only looked at Rakuten. Rakuten doesn't seem like they do deliver outside of Japan. So I haven't investigated the other ones yet. I will look them up, because if it's a number of these going abroad, they've got to be. You'd think it'd be coming from one of these big electronic stores, not like a little, local mom and pop store or whatever. I wouldn't have thought so, because they wouldn't even have enough to be shipping them. So it'd have to be one from one of these big stores. If it was individuals, but if they were doing what they were doing, if they're doing what they're doing before, where they were getting people to go into the shops and go and physically go and buy them, then you don't have to go through all of this, right? So maybe it's that they couldn't get. Most of these places won't ship outside Japan. Don't forget, if you're somewhere is delivering it from Japan, first of all, they have to get to Japan in the first place, right? They don't make PS5s with electrical things in Japan. They usually make them in China or some other place. They ship them there. Japan is a whole bunch of islands, okay? It's in the middle of the ocean. They have to ship stuff there. And then so you're buying it from Japan, and then it has to then ship from there, or either in an actual ship or a plane from there. So I don't know. What do you think about that, Mario DK?
I just think it's the only thing that makes sense, because if you look at like the kind of the secondhand market in Japan, like a PS5 is, the prices have collapsed, especially since the beginning when they first launched. So they're not.
The prices have collapsed because of the supply is improved.
Yeah. So there's not like an incentive for people to like go into stores and then sell a whole bunch of them to like Japanese consumers.
Yeah, no, that's not what they. So they were doing that back then. So they were selling. Some were being scalped and resold to Japanese consumers, but a lot of them were being bought and then, like I said, shipped off to other countries. But the way they would the way they were obtaining them was that they was physically going into the stores to do it.
Yeah.
That's when the supply was back. Now I don't exactly know what they're doing now. I know they're not those organized operations. It's not happening like that exactly anymore, just because they don't need to because of the supply. You can just get, and they lifted all those restrictions and stuff, so you can just walk in and just buy PlayStation 5s. But
the biggest thing is, at least what other people have, you know, kind of come up with, and this applies even a bit to the Switch too over the summer, is because of the weak yen, it was still profitable to buy these systems.
But that's what I'm asking. How are they getting them?
It's got to be just either people going into stores or.
But I just said that, like, in the stores, like they can't. If they're ordering it online, I thought the most likely culprit would be Amazon, because Amazon.
It could.
Well, it's not.
It's
not Amazon.
A bit of Amazon. It could also be.
Dude, I just showed you on the screen. You can't. You literally can't get one. You can't get them to deliver it to other countries. You can check on the site.
My assumption is there's just someone's ordering a whole bunch of them to like a warehouse or like some kind of location, and then from there they load them up onto like a cargo ship or. No,
I'm saying like at that point, if someone's buying a whole bunch of them, then that's like an organized thing. But in terms of like, and they're not doing it from Amazon. Even if they're doing that, it's not via Amazon, right? But in terms of individuals, I'm an individual person. I am not in Japan. I'm somewhere else. But I want to buy a PlayStation 5 from Japan because the yen is weak. So I go to Amazon because I know Amazon's an international company that does international deliveries, right? And you can put any country in there. This is at the moment. It's just I put a Japanese postcode in. I'm not really in Japan, so I can't get it delivered there. But I put any other country. I said mainland China, and they won't deliver. Amazon won't deliver. Now you can look at other companies, maybe Rakuten or Big Camera or one of these other Japanese electronic companies, like as in are individuals doing it. So is it a thing if it's more individuals that are buying it because they're trying to capitalize on the weak yen, or is it organized groups like a business that are doing it for a business where they're buying tons of PlayStation 5s from Japan? But I'm saying if they're buying it for a retail saving for PlayStation 5, where are they getting them from? Or how are they getting them? Because in order to get them with the power of the weak yen, you have to buy it from Japan, otherwise you don't benefit from that weak yen, right? So it's got to be a business in Japan.
Is the people that my guess is especially a lot of people from China or whoever's getting them, and then they sell them to other places overseas, because it's not that profitable.
No, I know. No,
buy one PS5.
No. I know what you're saying. That I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying how are they doing it? You're saying they're buying them and then they people. Yes, okay. But what I'm saying is I don't think they're doing it via like online or these stores because they don't deliver. They've got to be doing it in person, like how we saw in pre-supply issues lifting. There were people physically, they were in Japan going into the stores, like organized groups of people. They weren't individuals, they were doing it to make money from PlayStation 5s, and they were buying tons and tons and tons and tons of PlayStation 5s. They would send people out into these stores. They'd come back with all the different stores they went and fit. Obviously there's, you're going to Tokyo, whatever, you can go into different stores, right? They'd go into all these different stores, buy up PlayStation 5s, meet up, they'd have a meeting point, and then they would meet up there with all these PlayStation 5s and put them into vans and then put them in a warehouse somewhere. I know this because I found dozens of photographs. So you can just look, it was either people that were just passers by on the street and they'd go, oh my god, there's people that got tons of PlayStation 5s, what's going on? Or this is a van filled up with PlayStation 5s. And they'd take pictures. Or it was the people themselves bragging, oh look at all these PlayStation 5s I got, I'm making so much money. Right? So those are the type of pictures I found. This was back when the supply wasn't as plentiful as now, right? So that's how they were doing it. They weren't like, it seems like they were doing it that way because there wasn't another way to do it. Like for example, they couldn't just go to a company in Japan that had PlayStation 5s and say, well, I want 50 PlayStation 5s and just order, because all the companies restricted that. They stopped it because of they knew what was, they stopped it and they started doing this thing. They were requiring store cards and all. You remember all this, right? They were requiring all this stuff.
Yeah,
And
in the beginning, you had to be like, you had to basically go in the store
yeah,
and have like a card and you had to jump through all these hoops.
you had to jump through a lot of hoops, but they got around the hoops. But they're just like, okay, well, they just put up an. Are you someone who has a store card for Yamada Denki? Okay, come buy a PlayStation 5. We'll give you a cut and bring it here. We'll give you a cut of the money. Go and buy a PlayStation 5 for us, and we'll give you a cut. That's what they did. That's how they got. They continue to do it.
But,
so all you have to do is find people with the store cards.
But now it's so easy to the point where, you
don't need to do that
one
anymore.
person can just order a whole bunch of them en masse from different locations, and when you, especially with how expensive they are.
Okay, let me try this.
It's probably free shipping, because especially with how many you're ordering and the price.
But where are they getting that from? Because Amazon doesn't deliver. So I'm going to put it back to Japan for a Japanese.
I think they deliver to a location in Japan.
Okay, so I'm going to do that now. Right, so I'm on Amazon. I've put in a Japanese postcode. Let's add to cart, but we're going to add a whole bunch of them to the cart. Let's see if we can do that. Go to cart. Let's see if we can add more. Quantity. Let's add 10 plus. What? Hang on. I want to add 99 PlayStation 5's updates. No, this has a limit of 1. So you can't do it on Amazon anyway. It has a limit of 1 on Amazon. So I have a Japanese postcode. It's 66,980 yen. If you're buying it direct from Amazon, they limit you to 1. But that's Amazon. I don't know about the other retailers. I'll have to check those ones. So I'll look into it. I've got to think of every Japanese retailer I can think of, and see if they do sell you more than one online. But like I said, maybe it's all in. You can get around it if you're doing it in person.
Ways to get around it. I mean, they were getting around it even when you had to go in store with a card. Like people will find a way. There's profit to be made.
They were getting around it by. Yeah, they had to have people physically doing it, but I don't think they can do it online
It's maybe online isn't the primary way.
That's what I'm saying.
I
think it's in person.
It could maybe just be like 10-15% of what they're getting, but either way, because when I was in Turkey over the summer and I was in an airport, I saw Japanese systems. Like I saw a Japanese PS5 on sale at an airport, a Japanese Switch. So there is definitely merit, and it's either that or PS5 just has, for some reason, 3 times worse tie ratio than PS Vita, and that's not good either. So
no, I'm agreeing with you that I think there's exporting going on, but
I'm just saying it's the chat.
I think it may. Oh, okay. I think it might be in person and not like on the stores.
Yeah.
I think it's just in person. Like, do you remember that thread I made? Mario
Yeah.
From like.
Well, someone was taking pictures and it was very organized. Like there was just like 20 PS5 boxes on the sidewalk. Just.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think that can only happen in Japan. No other.
Yeah.
Really
No. I have the thread of all the. Where is that thread?
I wonder if they're still taking pictures, or maybe they just stopped caring, especially with how you can just get one easily now.
Well, people were taking pictures because it was, like I said, it was passers-by, and they would see people with all these PlayStation 5s, so they just took pictures. And I used to find them on Twitter. You had to type in various things in Japanese and stuff like that in order to find them. So that's what I used to do. I just found them. I just looked every now and again, and then just found them. Hang on.
Yeah, because especially if you can only get one at a time, it's absolutely not. It would be very the profit would be so minimal if you're or the savings would be so minimal if it's one person.
Do I have it on the thread?
To Latin America or something.
Right, exactly.
Which I'm sure there's a couple people here.
See, look, this is the sort of thing I used to find. This particular this is some organization, and this was earlier this year. They just had all these They were just getting all these PlayStation 5s. This is in Japan. Somebody in
when
Japan.
When is that? April?
Yeah, it's when they posted it in April. That's just like when the supply. I don't know if that's when the picture was taken, but that's when they posted the picture anyway. And it was yeah.
If you translate the tweet, what is it? What does it say?
Just lotteries.
Oh,
3 people selected.
I mean, I would assume it's current because they would be saying, "Hey, this is what we have." Like, at me on Twitter, or if you want to get one cheap.
So this account, I think, like, where it kept saying there was these lotteries to get the PlayStation 5s or anything. I think it was some sort of scam or something.
Probably.
But anyway, it was that account. But where's that thread? Where's the thread? Did I bookmark my own thread? I wasn't going to try and find it. I can't remember what I wrote. I think I called it the true. See, look at all these. Like, I found all of this stuff. Some of them I didn't even put onto. Some of them I didn't put onto. What do you call it? Into the threads. I just put some of it on. I didn't put all of them on there. People were just like, this is when they could get. I think some of them were getting. They were maybe able to get them via. Amazon. I think they were getting Switches as well. And then people would, because the people would boast about it. They would boast about it. But yeah, I found like loads of pictures of people. Even here, like this is March this year. Okay. This person said, when I was in the Geo parking lot, someone came out of the store with a PS5, and I was like, oh, they bought it, that's great. And I was surprised to find a large number of PlayStation 5s in the car. Are these guys resellers? There were over 10 of them. I felt a bit of a little relief that it was good, but then I started to get annoyed. I can't forgive it, okay? So someone's gone into a Geo store to buy one PlayStation 5, but when they saw them carrying it into the van, it was a van, and it was full of PlayStation 5s. You can see it's not a clear picture, but there's PlayStation 5s in there. So they're going around to different stores, this was in March, buying PlayStation 5s, putting them in the van. There's at least 10 in there, right? Putting them. So it's this sort of thing that's going on. I think it's more of that than being able to. Yeah, I would fight. Yeah, this is what's going on. Look, this is somebody loading.
This is also probably faster because if you order with Amazon, it's going to take a day.
Look at this. This is someone that literally.
You could easily fill up a van in one day.
Yeah, so that's what they do. Look at this picture. Video. They're putting PlayStation. This is from 1 sec. So this was posted in February 18th. So this is just before everything eased up. So this is somebody that was walking past on the street. A large number of PS5s are being loaded, perhaps a reseller. So somebody just saw this happening. So this is how I found that. So look, there's clearly PlayStation 5s, and they're putting a whole load of them in the back of this van. So it was loads of stuff like, I'm sorry if you can hear drilling. There's some, I don't know if you can hear that. There's some drilling going on in my building.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, good. Oh, maybe the noise cancel. Oh no, because I've got you on Discord. The noise cancelling might catch it, but people on the stream might be able to hear it because Streamlabs doesn't have like good noise cancelling. So yeah, there's this particular shop in I think is it Nihon? Not Nihon, but where's the place in Nihon Bashi? Also, there's this particular shop. It's a front. This shop is a front. People would just walk in. I found the location of this place. This was a particular organised business. Or their business was literally buying PlayStation 5. It'd be Switches and other things as well, iPhones and stuff like that. But mainly because PlayStation 5 was the most profitable thing at that time. And this is earlier this year. So look, so February. Yeah, people would say, everything I used to find, I just used to bookmark. So here's this store. This is a complete front. As you can see, people are walking in to this quote-unquote store with bags of PlayStation 5s, and they're piling them up in this store. And I found the location of the store. I looked it up. of where this place was, and then once you typed that in, you could find other people that happened to be passing by and took pictures. So I've got multiple pictures from this particular store, or this it's a front basically.
Easy to, because especially since the cost of labor is cheap in Japan, weekend, it's like you could easily hire a bunch of neats. Or
Yeah, but I mean, this was, I think this is before the yen collapsed. So this is from August 22. So this is for when the PlayStation 5 shortage was at its height, right?
Yeah.
So this isn't.
But the yen was still pretty weak, as it started around summer of last year, actually.
Okay.
So either way,
it wasn't as bad as it is
the whole
now.
point.
But anyway, look, this is a
data.
store. Look at this. Look, this is another picture of the same. It's a fake store, and they have switches piled up here. A whole bunch of switches are taken into the store. So, look, here's all people lined up to go and take. They've got, each person has a bag. They have PlayStation 5s in this bag. They're queuing up to go and claim their reward for collecting these PlayStation 5s. And here's the same. I found all different accounts. All these are all individuals. All took pictures of this same store. So again, here's a completely different person just walking by, saw that this front whatever, and you will see people lined up with bags of PlayStation 5s, and they were taking it in there, and then they were shipping them off. That's what was going on. And I was tweeting this out at the time, and I was saying that this is happening. People going, no, you don't know what they're doing with those PlayStation 5s. It's not da-da-da-da. People are arguing with me all the time, saying it's not happening. It's not happening. What are you talking about? You don't know. They could be doing anything with those PlayStation 5s. How do you know they're not? I was like, dude, you can see what's going on. Are you like, why would someone have that amount of PlayStation 5s? It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, so this it's all different angles of this. The reason why there's so many angles of this same store, and there's a whole line of people lined to get into this store, right? The whole line of people, because people would pass by, take them like, oh, yo, what's going on? People got a whole bunch of PlayStation 5s. They take pictures, they put it on Twitter, and then that's why there's so many different accounts of the same place. So here's a different person with the same place again. All these people are lining up. You will see, look at their bags. They've gone into like Yamada Denki or a big Kamara, wherever it is, and they've all got PlayStation 5s, and they're lining up to take them into that same shop. That is what was going on. Can I open this in a new tab? Open. In a new tab. So you can see
I do have to get going in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay, no worries.
But yeah, long story short, I just wanted to see, like, you know, how does it compare to the Vita? Because the Vita was a pretty bad flop in Japan. So for the tie ratio to be this much worse, I mean, even if you double, or even if you triple the current tie ratio, it still would be under what the Vita had at that time, which is very alarming. And then I had someone comment that, like, oh, your data must be wrong, your calculations must be wrong. It's like, all I'm doing is taking software each week and dividing it by the hardware. You know, it's nothing too complex, but I'm watching the trend over time. So the more alarming thing for PS5 is that the tie ratio has just basically been flat. Like, it should be going up, you know. So we'll see what happens in Q1 next year with all these, you know, Tekken and Grand Blue and Yakuza and.
Well, you can forget. First of all, Tekken and Grand Blue, they ain't doing nothing. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
they won't.
Not that they'll do anything, but we'll see. You know, because people are like, oh, Q1 is so strong for PS5. It's gonna really.
So what's gonna happen?
I don't think it's gonna do anything.
A lot of those games are going to cannibalize each other, unfortunately, because they're too close together.
Well, yeah, and then also they won't be evergreen, so they'll chart for a bit and then fall off, just like every other release.
True.
You know, especially since they're all like more hardcore single player, like, you know, it's. I think, you know, I don't know what people's excuses will be after Q1, because I don't think it's going to change anything, because it's too late at this point. It's like Wii U was able to get some games eventually, but by that point it was too late. So
yeah,
it's I'm excited, not just like in terms of like all this big Q1 for PS5 in Japan, not because I'm excited to see the sales, but like to finally put to bed that this is just what the PS5 is going to be in Japan, and it's going to be a colossal flop. Like, people aren't really like saying it. Like, people were easily saying, oh, Vita's a flop, Vita dead, you know, dead system. But like, it kind of feels like people are still wearing like kitty gloves or they're talking about PS5 with like a soft touch, if that makes sense, in Japan. Like no one's really saying what it is. I mean, this is like they're using.
Yeah.
People are saying yes, yes, it's disastrous. Yes, it's awful, but like it's clear that the PS5 has flopped in Japan.
I think even though the PlayStation 5 has done worse than the PS3, worse than the Vita, worse than the PS4, people are, one, they're ignoring the software sales. They're just looking at the hardware and saying, well, PS5 hardware is stronger than PS4, or about the same level. Therefore, it's doing fine.
Every week, it's like, wow, great hardware sales for PS5.
I don't know why they're saying that.
But it's still pretty good. Like.
And the other thing is people seem to think that the digital is saving it. And I think that even when you add a digital and maybe even use a quite generous digital, I'm not one of those people who think that the digital is like 70, 80, 90%. It's just like, it's not, right? So it's probably just average digital, right? But even when you add digital, it's not good. Like, you have to add digital for it to go from being abysmal to just not good. That's the problem.
Yeah, and if you add digital for PS5, you have to do it for Switch and Vita and PS4 too. So
yeah,
you know, it's not some like,
yeah,
it's not a silver bullet.
I think, you know, there was a lot of last year. There was a lot of, well, just wait for Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy, and it was just like, dude, it was like over a year of that. It was literally over a year of, Joel, just wait for Final, you can't say anything to either, but let's just wait till Final Fantasy 16 was out. And then that just came and went. It's just like, oh, no, you have to wait. Now it's Q1
Wait for Armored Core.
Wait, oh, there was the wait for, people were saying, I was like, no. Now there's the wait for Q1. Now, there are a number of titles. Rebirth, in my opinion, is either going to sell the same or less than 16. That's my opinion. I cannot see it selling more. Pre-orders are not indicating that it's going to sell significantly more. I don't think it will. And then some of the other games, well, people are just looking, well, there's this amount of games, therefore it's going to do well. It's going to do well. So, like I said, I think some of the games are going to cannibalize each other, and then some of those games are just irrelevant in Japan. Tekken is not a big seller. So I hate to break it to anyone. You might think, oh, it's a big name because you know of the name and the franchise has been around for a long time. But look at the actual sales of what it sells in Japan. It's not a big seller, you know?
Yeah, like Tekken, Grand Blue, another Yakuza game, Rise of the Ronin. These games are not going to save the system in Japan. So, especially, like you said, because they all appeal to like basically the same demographic.
Do you know what people have moved on to now? You don't know.
What's that?
They've moved on to, well, Monster Hunter Wilds and GTA 5, with 6, which are not coming out until 2025. So some people, the people that are saying that are in these Japanese forums, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, not too good, but let's hope that there will be an improvement next year. It's an interesting situation because the Switch is now in its twilight years. It's still strong, but it's at the end of its life and the sales are dropping. So if there was any time for the PlayStation to you know, start making more of a presence, you would think it would be now. There are some strong releases. Some of the releases I think are irrelevant. Right, you just forget about Tekken, forget about Grand Blue. That game is going to sell like 50, 60k. I'm telling you. Listen, this is on record. When that Grand Blue goddamn fantasy sells below, it's going to sell, but it's not selling over 100k. I'm telling you that right now. It will not. And if you've got a game like that, you've been in development for that long, you want to be a big hit, and it's selling below 100k first week in Japan, that is an L. That is a categorical L. I don't care what anyone says, it's an L. Right? When these games are coming out and they're selling by 100k, they can't even outsell goddamn Kirby Wii Deluxe. That's an L. Anyway.
It is.
Thank you, DK.
Sorry to interrupt. I do have to get going.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining me today, Mario DK, for taking the time out of your day. I guess it's still morning for you. So I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you so much for coming on.
Anytime. Likewise.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you, Mario DK. So now we're gonna change gears slightly. Let's see how long we've been live. Just over an hour and a half. Hi, Dank Beam Center. Why are they using vertical screenshot of PS? I don't know. I guess they just had their phone like that at the time, and they just were probably trying to take the picture as quickly as possible before the person moved on, because they're like, you know, candid shots, right? Or not. What's the word I'm trying? They're trying to do it like covertly, or they want to take it as quickly as possible before they get the people's attention. But yeah, this has been going on in Japan for quite a while. So I think it's likely, you know, it's in-person stuff that's been going on. In my opinion, it's more. I think it's more challenging to go and buy stuff. So look, this is from. I think this is a mistranslation. It's not Nihon. Actually, I think this is meant to be pronounced some other way. This is Chinese people in Nihon Bashi, but I think this is you know, anyway, they're saying they're Chinese people there. So you can see here, it's people like they have, look, these bags full of PlayStation 5. Each one of these bags has a PlayStation 5 in it. This is what was going on. And you see this person's trying to take this picture as quickly as possible before they get seen. So yeah, we're going to change up gears slightly. We have Red Hood in the waiting room, so we're going to move on to the next topic. Actually, I wanted to talk about the Last of Us thingy before that. So are you here to? I'm assuming you're here to talk about the Atlus stuff, Red Hood. But I was going to talk about the Last of Us thing, but okay. I'm not sure if Vinnie Mac wanted to talk about that or not, or I don't even know if he's coming on the show. I'm not sure. But anyway, let's bring in Red Hood. Welcome, Red Hood, when you're ready.
Hello?
Hello, Red Hood. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, 1 second. Stupid. Changed audio. Alright, am I slightly better?
Yes.
No.
Well, now not.
Going.
Go into whatever room you're normally in. Go to that room. Because normally you sound fine. I don't know why you're breaking up right now. Normally you sound fine.
Yeah. I
He's still breaking up. Okay. Okay, so what would you like to talk about first? The Last of Us? I don't think Vinnie Mac's available. So would you like to talk about The Last of Us, or would you like to...
this armor, so we'll just talk about The Last of Us online.
He says he wants to get Atlus armor? Okay,
Yes.
let's talk about The Last of Us online now. Okay, let me find the actual thing. Also, shout outs to JR for the title of the thread. I forgot to say this. They called the thread in our forum, "It's Dead, Jim." The Last of Us cancelled. That was a good joke. That was good. I should have said that. It was a good joke. Okay, so we're gonna look at this tweet from Jason Schreier. His report, I think, is with Bloomberg. Okay, so this is an update from Naughty Dog themselves. So let's start by reading their statement.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay, so this is a statement from Naughty Dog published on December 14th, 2023. We realise many of you have been anticipating news around the project that we've been calling The Last of Us Online. There's no easy way to say this. We've made the incredibly difficult decision to stop development on that game. We know this news will be tough for many, especially our dedicated The Last of Us factions community, who have been following our multiplayer ambitions ardently. We're equally crushed at the studio as we were looking forward to putting it in your hands. We wanted to share with you some background on how we came to this decision. The multiplayer has been in pre-production with this game since we were working Sorry, let me say again. The multiplayer team has been in pre-production with this game since we were working on The Last of Us Part 2, crafting an experience we felt was unique and tremendous and had tremendous potential. As the multiplayer team iterated on their concept for The Last of Us Online during this time, their vision crystallized. The gameplay got more refined and satisfying, and we were enthusiastic about the direction in which we were headed. In ramping up to full production, the massive scope of our ambition became clear. To release and support The Last of Us Online, we'd have to put all our studio resources behind supporting post-launch content for years to come, severely impacting development on future single-player games. So, we had two paths in front of us: become a solely live service game studio, or continue to focus on single-player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage. We are immensely proud of everyone in the studio that touched this project. The learnings and investments in technology from this game will carry into how we develop our projects and will be invaluable in the direction we are headed as a studio. We have more than one ambitious, brand new single-player game that we're working on here at Naughty Dog, and we cannot wait to share more about what comes next when we're ready. Until then, we're incredibly thankful to our community for your support throughout the years. So that's their statement, confirming that they have ceased development on The Last of Us Online, and they have two single-player games in development. We're not sure what those are yet, of course, but they have been working on this Last of Us multiplayer for a long time, and yeah, I think it's kind of difficult, like when you are taking a studio that specializes in single player games and single player experiences, and you say, right, take your know-how and now you are going to make a live service game. Now, if you remember that Naughty Dog have made multiple multiplayer games before in the past, right? So we know they had a multiplayer for The Last of Us Part 1, or the original release of The Last of Us on the PS3.
Original and remaster.
And then the remaster was on PS4. And then Uncharted had online as well, right? I'm not sure
yes,
which
4
Uncharted.
and I think 3 and 2 had multiplayer.
Okay, so there was multiple multiplayer games for Uncharted. Before then, I'm not sure which games had multiplayer. I know Jack and Daxter and stuff like that they did, right?
Well, the only Jack and Daxter was Jack X Combat Racing.
Mm-hmm.
And their first multiplayer game was Crash Team Racing.
Did they actually make? Was that Naughty Dog that made that?
Yes, that was their final game for Crash before they lost the rights.
Oh, okay, got ya. Right, so they've made, the thing is, there's a difference between a multiplayer game and like a live service, and a live service needs continuous support, like a lot of support. And we've seen obviously Sony purchase Bungie, who Bungie are enormous. You know, it's like something, isn't it like they got 2,000 employees or something like wild? It's like, you know, it's over 1,000. They did let a number of people go recently, but there's still hundreds and hundreds of people. And that's just them supporting one game, which is Destiny 2, that they've been supporting for a number of years. And Bungie definitely didn't need like a support. They couldn't support it on their own. They needed another, you know, a parent company or something to support them. And that's, you know, ultimately, you know, why they did want to be purchased.
Exact will take over it.
So say that again, please.
Oh, well, how bad Bungie's situation is getting in, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but if it keeps getting bad, Sony's going to have to step in and basically take over Bungie.
Yeah, so that's another bit of news that came out via... Who said that again? I've forgotten. It was like a VGC report or something like this. It was anyway. It was a report. It didn't come from Bungie. Obviously, they wouldn't have said that. But yeah, it was like kind of like an insider report or something like that, right?
So but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
So the thing is with this is that my thoughts are of this, right? I know in terms of like for the multiplayer games that Naughty Dog has made, they made a conjunction with the single player games at the time, like the multiplayer factions for the original Last of Us. It's pretty popular, and I think to this day, I think they turned off the PS3 servers, but I think to this day on the PS4, there's people playing those games. So definitely do have a community of people. But I think the thing is that for The Last of Us Part 2, like when it originally came out in 2020, what people wanted was just like an improved version of the factions game that was in Last of Us Part 1 in the first game, in my opinion. But what happened is, well, you know, Naughty Dog, they came out and said, and it's like, well, actually it's going to be way more ambitious than that. We had Neil Druckmann show up at I think it was a Summer Games Fest last year. I want to say was it this year? It was last year, wasn't it?
No, I think it was last year. I think it was last year. I don't think this year.
So that's when they revealed that this is going to be a bigger project. They released some concept art for it, which was interesting, but they didn't really have anything to show. They were just talking about it and saying, well, this is going to be much bigger. And then it's like, okay, it's this live service thing. And then since then, we now know about this huge live service push that Sony SIE is having in general under Jim Ryan's leadership, right? So it's a huge live service push, and this is probably part of it, right? So it's like, I understand that you're trying to take this single player studio. It's like, well, you need to support a live server, a live service with all the updates, the constant updates that you need to keep people engaged and spending money. That's what it comes down to, spending money with the battle passes and the emotes and all this crap, right? And that, I don't know, them doing silly dances in factions or whatever, that would have been amusing. But yeah, like to do all that support, it's a big ask of a single player studio. Now, I do wonder this though, Red Hood, and I said this on the pre-show. It's that they didn't have enough resources to basically support this live service game, which needs tons of updates and stuff, and make all the resources they need to be put into their single player games. So it's like, okay, so I feel like, why didn't Sony be like, okay, let's make another arm of this studio, right? So I don't know where Naughty Dog's located, but let's make a Naughty Dog, another one I think it's in maybe California. Let's make one. So we have Naughty Dog in Toronto, or sorry, Naughty Dog Toronto. And there's a live, we've got a brand new studio, and they just focus on the live service stuff. They've invested in all these other studios. They could have done something like that. Maybe that's unrealistic and unfeasible. I feel like, well, I'm just spitballing, obviously. Like, could they have hired another 500 people and had a whole another studio to make this live service, or just get 8 pre-existing completely different studios to do it? I think the issue was that it was Naughty Dog themselves that were doing it, not a different studio, not one of these new studios that Sony's purchased that are all doing live service games. It was Naughty Dog themselves doing it. I think that's the issue. I think they can make multiplayer games, but maybe not live service. Your thoughts, Swidhood?
Yeah, no, I definitely believe what you said, that due to that, it was one of the major factors why the game ultimately got canned. Would it be better to hire another studio, or create another branch of Naughty Dog? Yeah, it could work. Now, will the game been fantastic? We'll never know.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of what ifs with it. I do think though that we do need to talk about this live service push that Sony's having in general, because it was, from our point of view as just outsiders, just fans that are just looking in, and we only get the public information. I mean, there's leaks and stuff, right? But we mainly get what they tell us, right? Oh, now we're working on this. Now we're working we've acquired this studio, and so on. right? It seemed to be just an overnight thing. Oh, now we're doing live service. Wait, sorry, wait, what? You did all these fantastic single player games that are critically acclaimed and sell a ton. So it's not like you've had a whole bunch of games that have flopped, but now we're doing live service stuff. And I think it kind of started when we first had the purchase of Bungie. Now, we knew that Sony were going to be acquiring more studios and stuff, right? And so a lot of the usual suspects, oh, they're buying Square Enix, they're buying Capcom, and you know, the usual stuff that came up. Nobody suggested or thought, well, they're buying Bungie. That didn't cross anybody's mind, because like, why would they buy Bungie? Well, we now know why they bought Bungie, and why they paid quite a lot of money for them as well. It's because they were doing this live service initiative. So I think the thing that we need to remember is that Sony were very successful with PlayStation at the time when they were starting to do this, and they're still having a lot of success now. Games are critically acclaimed, they're making money. But from an investor's point of view, the investor's like, well, you're leaving money on the table because over there's these live service games, there's the Fortnites and the Apex Legends and all this, and they are making a ton of money. Where's our cut of that? You could be making these games and making us even more money. So you remember, we're a capitalistic business. It's not about, well, we're making a lot of money now. It's like, well, we could be making even more money. So I think that is what is obviously driving the push into live service. I think it's a little bit risky because with live service games, yes, there are huge live service games that make money, that make a lot of money, but then there's also many that fail. So Sony announced, okay, we're doing 12 live service games. I remember they came out with this figure of 12. It's like 12? At the time they said, I think by 2025. Now they've scaled that back because they know they can't get them all out by that time. And I think now they've said 6. 6 by 2025 or something. Or they scaled it back. I can't remember exactly what they said, but they've scaled it back from the 12. And so I think this Last of Us Online was part of that 12. Well, I assume it was part of the 12 anyway. It must have been, right? But yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was.
I think it must have been, because it was going to be a full live service game. I mean, they say here we could be a live service game studio, or continue to focus on single player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage, right? So, but that's the thing. Nobody was asking for them to do a live service full online game. People would have been happy if they had just made a Factions 2, just like a kind of a tacked on, not to belittle it, but it's kind of a tacked on multiplayer game that people can just go in and have a bit of fun in a multiplayer environment in the Last of Us universe, but with multiplayer with their friends. That's what people wanted. They didn't want like a live service game with battle passes and stupid dances and all this nonsense. People didn't want that, but I think the investors want that. I think that's the issue. I think it's the investors, because they feel that money is being left on the table. When you see something and something has become very successful, you see a number of developers or companies going in to try and get a piece of the pie. It's not the first time this sort of thing has happened, you know, but it just happens to be live service, right? Because don't forget, there was the whole, everyone's got, you know, I don't know if there's revisionist history going on, but there was the motion controls. The Wii came out, it was a huge success. When Microsoft came out of Kinect, Sony came out with PlayStation Move. Like, yes, that was a thing that happened. They don't do it. They dropped it now. They don't do it now, but that happened. You know. So yeah. Let's see if there's any comments, or someone's typing something, but I can't see where it is. If you're typing me a message, please put it in the. If you're on Discord, please put it in the live chat. The live chat is on the Game Corner shop. You'll see the live chat. It's just so we can keep it all in one place. It's just easier for me to find everyone's talk. Or if you're on YouTube, obviously type in the YouTube chat, but I have to click over to that window to see it. So yeah, this is unfortunate. I think that they probably made the right decision, though. That's my thoughts on it. How about you, Redhead?
Yeah, I think it was the right decision because, I mean, yeah, it's a shame they should have just done like a Factions 2 multiplayer for the part 2, when it came out. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, the game could have easily been garbage, all we know, or it could have been good. But it is unfortunate.
Well, we don't know. All we know is like the leak that came. I think it was via Jason
Yeah, the
Schreier
leak
as well.
image.
I mean, what Jason Schreier said in May. Well, what he said in May was, Naughty Dog has significantly scaled down the team on its Last of Us multiplayer project, sources say, as it reassesses the game. Following Bloomberg's request for comment, the company put out a Twitter statement today saying the game was delayed. So if you remember, like, it was either right before or right after. I mean, I think it might have just immediately been after that Jason Schreier put out his article on Bloomberg. Then they came out with a statement. Do you remember that statement that Naughty Dog did? Now, I'm not sure if I can look at this because it might be paywalled. Let's have a look. Is it paywalled? Manage cookies. I don't want this cookies. No. Ah, damn, it's paywalled. I know there's a way to work around this, but I can't remember how to do it. Do you have to do it on archive.org or something like that? I don't know. But anyway, he did this article, and I was hoping we could click on the link that they put in there, but we can't get it. The link that oh no, that's annoying. The link to the statement that they did. So at the time they put out a statement saying, so someone's put all of the different statements together like that. So when they do these statements now, they put them on like they put them out as images. They're put out as images basically with like the company logo on it, and like it's become a kind of a meme as well. But yeah, so that's what happened. I mean, that was in May. And yeah, so I can't look at it here, but basically, so the report was, or the rumor was, that they had got Bungie to assess the game or look at where the game was, and Bungie was like, this is no good, it's not going to keep people engaged. So that was kind of the rumours that were coming out. Of course, it's not been completely confirmed, it's rumours, but
Right. Well, it's also not surprising since we barely got any updates for the game. It reminds me so much of the remake of Knights of the Old Republic.
Well, that one was even worse because that one had literally nothing. There was one CGI announcement thing. Sorry?
Oh, I was just saying, no, I agree. The Knights of the Republic is worse. It's nothing. No concept art, no nothing. Just one trailer that got taken down and just
it got taken down
even more.
Yeah, so well, at least this had concept art, and they came out and talked about it on the not the Game Awards, on the Summer Games Fest, Jeff Keighley's thing, and they announced it there that it was going to be. They announced it with concept art and said it was going to be more ambitious, or they said the scope was bigger. But yeah, I think the problem is I think it's a lot of just who was asking for that. I personally feel like no one was really asking for that. It's not really what people wanted. Finimax says, still believe this game should have been released with a scaled back scope. To have 9 years of work with nothing to show for it except for a tax write-off is depressing. I am not even a Last of Us fan. So Finimax, so this 9 years, where are you getting the 9 years from? Because I know that they say they've worked on it since the end of The Last of Us Part 2. It says the game has been The multiplayer team has been in pre-production with this game since we were working on The Last of Us. Oh, okay, so you're saying from the beginning. I was about to swear then. Okay, so from the beginning of when they started The Last of Us Part 2. Okay, I see what you're saying now. So it says, yeah, the multiplayer team has been in pre-production with this game since we were working on The Last of Us Part 2. So meaning when before The Last of Us, because I think maybe originally it was going to be like a multiplayer released with the game, and then they scratched that and said it was going to be its own separate thing. So yeah, it could have been like 9 years, like at least in pre-production. It says in ramping up to full production, our ambition became clear. So yeah, we don't know exactly when they ramped up to full production, but except for they. Yeah, so it just says it's in pre-production since The Last of Us Part 2, and ramped up to full production. Although we don't know when that started. Although I would assume it's been a number of years. It's probably been at least in full production since the end of The Last of Us Part 2, if not before, to be honest with you. So I see what you're saying about 9 years, Vinnie Mac. Yeah. I would imagine there's a lot of people who are disappointed fans, and probably people in the studio as well that are disappointed. I mean, like I said, I'm not even a Last of Us fan, and I don't think this... I think that they should just stuck with a tacked-on multiplayer thing. Like, just make it a multi... There's a difference between a multiplayer and a live service game. Multiplayer, you maybe there's a couple of updates for it, but you're not, like, supporting that. You have to support it long term. But with a full-on live service game, it needs a lot of support. A lot. And I would say clearly Sony didn't think that they should, like I said, me Red had suggested, oh, could they have expanded? Could they have got another studio, external studio to do it? Could they have made a studio to do a live Last of Us Online? I think, like, people would have been more excited instead of like, oh, that Haven Studio, one of these new ones that they bought. Oh, well, they're not. People saw Fair Games or whatever it's called. It was like, no, whatever. It looks like Payday. It doesn't look any different to any other one of these things we've seen. But if they had announced, oh, well, now this studio is working on The Last of Us, I think people would have been more excited about that. Especially because then you've got Naughty Dog 3 to concentrate on making new single-player games. So that's unfortunate. But I think we should move on. I don't know if Vinnie Mac's going to come in, but Red Hood, I have to take a very quick toilet break. So you can hang out here and keep the stream entertained for a minute. I will be back. I really need to get a drink and go to the toilet. So I'll be back, and then we will begin the Atlus talk. Okay, when I come back.
For the chaos.
Not chaos.
Alright, everyone, I'm gonna hijack this channel. Praise Atlus, saying they're base, and why Jodie is wrong and she's fraudulent. Go. Oh, I know. She's a P5 fan, man. P5 fans never play Persona 5. Atlus is a masterpiece. Totally not overrated in any capacity. Oh yeah, while I'm at it. Neil. Man. Too bad YouTube chat won't be able to see this. Or maybe they are right now. Yeah. Hope you guys have a great time and prepare for the chaos. And I know this is gonna be joking, but kneel before Mitsuru Kirijo. Actually, what is... Nah, maybe later. I'll check YouTube chat later. Probably after the stream is over, because I'm too late to check. Oh, wait. I know you're in the room, Vinny Mac, but I can't invite you in. Jody's taking a bathroom break, but you're gonna have to wait. Well, I will say the Persona Innocent Sin commercial series is really good. Nah, crickets. Which my son?
I'm back. Where's Red Hood? thought he was entertaining the stream. He hasn't been entertaining
Well,
you.
I'm sorry. I'm a big quiet person, but anyway, Benny's ready to join. He's in the waiting room right now.
Well, Finny Mac, you may be ready. Doesn't mean I'm ready for you. Doesn't mean that. I've taken some delicious painkillers. So let's see how long my back holds out for. Finny Mac, did you want to talk about the Last of Us thing before we move on? Let's bring him in and see if he wants to talk about that, actually. Finny Mac, welcome to the stream. Well, let's wait for Finny Mac to get ready. Okay, did I miss any comments or anything? Talking about Odin Sphere. I recently found out that Odin Sphere is OOP on Vita. I might buy. Well, yeah, of course it's out of print. They don't make Vita games anymore, so it must be out of print. Are you talking about a physical version of it? You can still buy stuff on the Vita store. I believe they haven't closed it down yet, but there's no discounts anymore. They can't apply discounts to anything, so you have to buy whatever price it's at. But at least it's still there on like 3DS, eShop, Nintendo. I'm honest. JT Priest says I'm mostly more of a fan of Vanillaware than Atlus. An Atlus fan, but maybe that's just me. Yeah. So, Vinnie Mac, unless you want to talk about The Last of Us factions, I'm going to move on to the next topic.
No, we can go ahead and move on. It's great to be on.
Good to have you on, Vinnie Mac. Now, since we have an hour left of the show, let's move on to talking about...
More like 2 more hours left, because I guarantee it's going to go.
No, well, I'm guaranteeing it's not, okay? Because my back will not hold out for that long, alright? So... I want to talk... Oh, I'm on the wrong window. Oh, wait. Did I change my... I need to update the screen. 1 sec. I need to update the screen. So. We're going to talk about... What the hell? Where's my thing? Where's the browser? Why is the browser not visible? Whilst I try and get the goddamn browser back on the screen, why has it disappeared? What the hell? Can you not see? Nobody can see anything? It's disappeared? Oh my god, it's so annoying. Just like... What is happening here? Well, first of all, close down that browser because it's confusing me. Well, Streamlabs is being dumb and I have to like re-put the browser back on. Whilst we're doing that, we're going to talk about this company called Atlus. Now, before we...
It's Atlus.
Here we go. Here we go.
Before we get started on their latest antics, so I'm sure you want me to talk about, I'm actually going to look at this thread from a Japanese forum, right? So we're going to look at that once I can get this thing to display on the screen. Is it back? Oh, you can see it. Okay, I had the wrong thing. You can all see the pretty much I'm getting feedback. Could you mute yourself please for a second? Wait, just when you're not talking, just mute yourself, please. Yeah, so you can see this is the correct screen. Okay, great. So, before we get into our thoughts on their latest antics, and there are some antics, I visit this, sometimes look at this Japanese forum called 5chan, or I guess they don't call it 5, but anyway, I'm calling it 5chan, alright? And it's kind of like just a basic in design. It looks like it was made like 15 years ago, but anyway, it's this forum. It's kind of like it's not quite as bad as like a 4chan or something like that, but it's like kind of like more of a hardcore gamer forum. They talk about games and software, the software and hardware, and the thing is with it is that, so in the West here we have console wars, but it's like Xbox versus Sony. In Japan, that's not the case. It's Sony versus Nintendo, which makes more sense when you look at the Japanese market. They do talk about Xbox sometimes, but it's not like where main console wars are. And so we're going to look at this thread. Now, this is mainly for entertainment purposes, okay? It does not represent the views of all gamers in Japan, obviously. Let me preface that. I'm using mainly Google Translate and like my crappy Japanese to kind of look at and see. I can see where Google Translate has made mistakes, but I can't read most kanji, so you know, we're just gonna kind of go through Google Translate. Now, a couple of things I have learned, because they kept saying Goki-chan and these things. I've learned what these phrases are that they're saying. So first of all, they have like how here there's with this like these, you know, nicknames that they have for different fanboys. Sometimes they do say fanboy, like written out in katakana. And I even found one comment that said Sony Pony, and I couldn't believe it. But I was like, how do they know the term Sony Pony? How do they know that? But from what I can establish, they call Sony fans, they call PlayStation fans cockroaches, right? So Goki Bui is a cockroach. So when it says Goki-chan, they're saying Goki-chan, they mean Sony fanboys, okay? And then they call Nintendo fans Ninbuta. So it's an abbreviation of Nintendo, and then Buta means pig. So they call them Nintendo pigs. So this is one thing I've learned, which is a funny thing that they have these funny terms on these forums. But anyway, just I'll preface this with that, and we're looking at this for entertainment purposes, but there's some interesting stuff in it. So I found this thread, and I'm going to refresh it actually, because I haven't refreshed it. So we're going to refresh this thread, then I'm going to hit all here, because otherwise it shows it in a weird order, and then I'm going to use this to hit Google Translate. So Google Translate has translated it, but it means I can hover over the text and we can see the original text pretty easily, so when there's mistakes and stuff like that. So Google Translate translates some things in a weird way. So for example, in the title it says Atlus has become a somewhat strange manufacturer before you know it. So the word manufacturer here, it should be like developer. Think of it as developer. Atlus has become a somewhat strange developer before you know it. So this is a pretty long thread that we're going to look at some of the stuff to see what some thoughts are or on Atlus. I don't talk about Atlus like as a company that much on this thread, so it's an interesting thread to find. So here they're just talking about the most recent games that they've released here. So it's SMT5 Sulcus 2, Persona 5 Tactica, the most recent brand new games. Obviously they re-released you know, Persona 5 Royal and so on, but these are the most recent brand new games they've made. So let's look at these comments. And the other thing is, because everyone is like anonymous, the only way you can identify people is with these IDs at the side, and that's tedious to kind of work out who's saying what, so I'm just not even going to bother trying. Okay, so it says, the first comment here, a while ago it was a well-established manufacturer. Just for the purpose of this, I will change like these weirdo mistakes and things, right? They were strange from the beginning. It was just Sony fans who had it, and cheated with, that's Metascore and stealth marketing. I don't know what this person's talking about, cheating and with Metascore, whatever. I don't understand that translation there. This person says Persona 5 is overrated. This person says, I'm an Atlus fan, but they're a little weird to begin with. It's annoying that they've become so major because of Persona. This next person says, if Persona 3 Reload is released, porting it was a bad idea. It doesn't have a fresh feel. When it says porting that, I think they mean just like remaking, like a new version of it. It doesn't have a fresh feel. They're saying it still feels like the other game. What was Soul Hackers 2? What was Soul Hackers 2? Indeed. This person says, it was definitely a mistake to become part of Sega. This person says, okay, quickly, let's make the world tree. So they talk about Etrian Odyssey. In Japan, Etrian Odyssey is called, it translates to Labyrinth of the World Tree. So sometimes they'll just put Sakaiju or something, and it'll just, anyway, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about Etrian Odyssey. So yeah, when you see that, that's what it means. This person says, didn't Soul Hackers fans get angry after something like that happened? They weren't pleased. This person says there was a time when it felt like you couldn't go wrong with Atlus. This person says the origin of Persona 3 is also questionable. If metaphor doesn't work, then it's no good anymore. Next person. Persona 5T was of such low quality that would have been unforgivable even in a handheld era. Now, I don't know if I'd go that far. I heard it's like decent, but obviously it bombed. The game, it just bombed. There's no way of putting it really. As we saw,
we don't have sales data with that. We don't want to.
Yes, we do.
Misinformation. We don't have the sales.
Hold up.
We don't have sales projections. We don't have sales projections.
You don't need sales projections to know that something bombed if it didn't show up in the NPD, Vinimac. If it didn't show up in the MPD for the month it released, when they released in the middle of the month, it bombed.
Maybe it was digital.
Now we truly begin.
Vinimac. Atlus reports. Vinimac, listen to me. Atlus reports digital to MPD/Cicada, whatever they're called now. Okay, I tweeted about it before. They report digital. That includes all digital. It's included all digital, all platforms, everything. It did not show up in the chart at all. I don't need to know what their sales predictions are to know that was a bomb. Okay, so.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. Mm-hmm.
I dropped the Fed, but isn't Etrin?
Please continue.
But won't Etrin Odyssey be released until Switch 2 comes out? Only 1, 2. It says Lima. It means remaster because they put it's Rema, which they shortened from remaster. Only the 1, 2, 3 remaster is available on Switch. What next person? Why is there a difference between Atlus and From Software? Arrogance, differences in environment. They're saying they're saying they're arrogant. This person says, I wonder if Mega 10 is Maniacs after all, or won't release the final version. So they're saying is there going to be? So there was like a Maniacs version of SMT3 that they're referring to. It felt it would have been better if there was a complete version. So Maniacs because SMT4 Final is not a complete version of SMT4. It's a completely different game. It uses the same kind of base and assets and stuff, but it's a completely different story, a completely different game. And this person says Maniacs is like Apocalypse. Is it like Apocalypse? Is it more like But it's the same story though. But Apocalypse / Final was a completely different story than SMT4. It's not the same. Anyway, why J Alpha tells us that they're answering this person. Soul Hackers 2 is ridiculed because during the pre-announcement countdown, Nishikun. I don't know what is Nishikun. I don't know who that. Nishikun appeared in a some things I don't know what they're talking about. Buhichi, and it was hyped as a Buhichi, which resulted in people hating it. I don't know what those two things. Nishikun. I don't know. It hasn't been released. Some of these things I'm gonna skip over. I love Ringo from Soul Hackers 2. I feel like Atlus has gotten worse since focusing on the graphics. Brackets PS. Was Persona 5 Tactics bad? I feel like the content. I'm reading different. Should I say it was a new person? New person. I feel like the content was better on 3DS because they didn't put too much effort into graphics. Next person. It ended when Sega bought it. And then this person's talking about the Komeg points. It says Kong. I call it Komeg. I don't care if it's pronounced Kongu. I don't care. I'm calling it You know what I mean when I say Komeg, alright? So they're looking at the current points of it that it has. I mean, obviously, to me, I think it's obvious it's going to have less than. It's like they took this. This is good because it's Google Translate. It still uses the algorithm to translate. Like a Dragon to Yakuza 8, but it's just Like a Dragon. Yakuza 8. Next person. Originally Persona was selling well, but then they were just making up for it with collaborations and ports. Next person. It's like Bethesda. They release SHITT games without making P6. Okay, this person brings up a good point. Sort of a good point, but I think it was unavoidable. I understand the amount of effort it took to create 3D models, but in a game where the number of demons is important, there was 400 demons in SMT4 final to 200 in SMT5 was too small and too tough. So yeah, so they cut the number of demons in half because they had to make 3D models of them. And I think some of the 3D models didn't even exist. They made a whole bunch of new 3D models and stuff.
It's not just that even in the game itself, the game was pretty static, even on the battle screens. So you just had images of everything. So you got to create animations, you got to create the 3D models, you got to create the movement. It's far more easier to have 400 pictures than 400 characters.
Yeah, so for people who are not familiar with SMT4, as Vinnie Mac says, they were basically sprites. So either you had just a static, when it was close up, it was like a static image, so it's just a drawing. But then when it was slightly out and you was playing and you could see them on the top screen, they were like little animated sprites. But yeah, it's completely different trying to make that into full 3D. So the number of demons was cut. If you remember, the same thing happened with Pokemon. There was like in Sun and Moon, you could get every Pokemon available so far in every version in that, and then when they said they had to cut it for Sword and Shield, people flipped their what, they went absolutely crazy, they went mad. There was like a whole revolt online when they said, oh, we need to cut this because we've got to do these anime and so on and so on. There's a lot of work involved in it. So yeah, I mean, I understand they cut them. Does anyone know how many demons were in Soul Hackers 2? Anyone let me know how many demons was in that? It probably wasn't 400. Next person, because it goes to PlayStation, it will not be allowed to sell only to PlayStation from the beginning and donate all profits to... this person's talking nonsense, that's not true. And donate all profits to SIE. COD will fly and you will make money. We can ignore that one. Next person. So I'm going to try and skip over some of these, right, because it's good. Look how far it is. I don't understand what's being criticised about Soul Hackers 2. We ignore that one. It's been 7 years since Persona 5. This person says, when Persona 4 Etrian Odyssey, Devil Survive and Radiant Historia were released, it was a meme that was treated as a hit. Next person says, when we teamed up with Microsoft, we received negative criticism like this. Developers like this must be crushed, it's no good. So I think they have seen some of this, I think at least some ads they saw that had like Microsoft stuff on it while they're commenting on it. And yeah, so, and then they're commenting on they're being slow with Etrian Odyssey and stuff like that. If Microsoft,
I was gonna say to your answer to Soul Hackers 2, I looked it up, and also J. Arthur posted the comment. It's 156.
What, was even less? What the hell? Okay, so yeah, they clearly couldn't. I mean, that was a game. Because you can say, oh, well, the Switch was holding it behind, that's why they couldn't have 400 demons. Well, Soul Hackers 2 didn't have 400 demons, so... Yeah, okay, thank you for that information, Red Hood and J. Arthur. If Microsoft pays a lot of money, everything will go down. Next person, nothing good will happen for a third party if it gets involved with Nintendo and Microsoft. So they're talking, is it Sega's fault, or whose fault is it, with the... how that turned out. But you'll see a common theme that comes up. A lot of people will say that these people on this forum feel like Atlus was at their peak when they had like 3DS and DS games. Funny enough, is what they say on here. SMT5 had 221. Really, thank you, very much. But yeah, it was way less than 4 final. That's for sure. But yeah, it's like literally just like static images or sprites, and so yeah. It'd be very difficult. Listen, I don't even think they will put that many in when they do the next SMT or next game, or Persona. How many? I know Persona has different enemies and stuff, but yeah. Okay, so they're talking about they're not releasing. They didn't call Soul Hackers Devil Summoner. They just called it Soul Hackers, which was kind of weird. It's a bit strange. Why is the development so slow? And yeah, so people are critical about SMT5. SMT5 felt really out of breath in the second half. It's a little strange. Let's see what else we got here. Because some of them are replying to other people, so I'm just going to skip over those ones. And then people, yeah, the criticism, people criticising since they were bought out by Sega. So this person says, it makes me cry that the crap game rate has been so high since it became part of Sega. Next person says, why was it bought out by Sega? Well, because they went bankrupt. Why was it bought out by Sega? It's not like Sega's providing technical capabilities of human resources. I wonder if they're just paying money to have it outsourced elsewhere. The derivative series of Persona 5 looks like it's a collaboration with something I've seen from other companies. No matter how much you can borrow know-how from other companies and make it cheaply, if no one wants it, it's meaningless. So they're talking about these Persona spin-offs. Now, some of them, the dancing games, I think, I don't know, maybe they did those in-house. Obviously, we know that Persona 5 Strikers was, but Persona 5 Tactica was mainly in-house. They had some outside help. So it's not because they're being made outside that they're crap. They just are just milking Persona 5 too much. This person says, Persona has become a Microsoft faction, so we will erase it from existence. Grass. And it says grass here, so the kanji here is for grass. Kusa. But they mean it means like lol, basically. Yeah, this person saying metaphors coming out to in full, it's too late, it's to come out. This person says, metaphor seems interesting, but I even had to wait so long. What came out was Persona with a fantasy theme. This person said, why was it released on PlayStation? I think they're talking about not SMT, Soul Hackers 2. Why? I don't know, what are they talking about? Why is it when they released on PS5 the sales are low and content is sparse with only emphasis on graphics, but third party doesn't learn? Switch should be fine. Next person says the Switch exclusive version SMT5 is also rather mixed review, but yeah, I mean the reviews for it were fine. I think it's only in hindsight people are looking back and saying, oh, you know, maybe they could have made a better game and so on. But at the time the reviews were fine. It wasn't like it was reviewing in the 60s or something like that. I think it was in the 80s. Okay, so this person says Persona 4, Devil Survivor 1 and SMT Strange Journey, they did really well here. They released 3 amazing games in about a year. So apparently all those games came out in 1 year. Now you've got to have played SMT4 to even know what this person's talking about. It felt like Mikado Country of the East with more mechanical gimmicks. So if you've played SMT4, Mikado Country of the East is the first place you're in. So they're saying that SMT5 was like that, but with more gimmicks, maybe. I think that's what they're saying. Okay, Okay, so this other thing here, look, you see it says it's a shame of Gomis Stare is declining. At the same time, it is declining because of Gomis Stare. Japanese third party is getting worse and worse. Now, if you don't know what Gomis Stare is, that makes no sense. I'll tell you what it is. Basically, they've got Gomi here, which is like, it means trash, right? And then it says Stare, which is like, they're talking about it's like stat from station. So they're saying trash station. That's what that says. They're saying trash station. It's a shame that trash station is declining at the same time it is declining. Because of trash station, Japanese third party is getting worse and worse. So once you know what they're talking about, it makes more sense. So they're calling it a trash station. I can no longer use it as a hitting stick for cockroaches. As I said before, Gokiburi means it's cockroach and they're referring to PlayStation fans. That's what they mean. Now this comment was interesting. This person says, I guess they're aiming for the old Square Enix position as referring to Atlus. It's like the big names come out with new works easily. Well, as they continue to do that, Square Enix lost recognition among the next generation, became a core group full of old men, and turned into a SHIT game maker. So yeah, so they're like, oh, Atlus is trying to be Square Enix, you know, but they're losing their audience and it's just all old people now, so it's a core group of old men. So yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so true 5, yeah, when it says true 5, it says the first kanji is shin, which means true or new, and it's like, it means SMT5, that's what they're talking about. SMT5 could have done with more cooking. This person says, I think Sega is more stable in terms of management, but from a user's perspective, they released a lot more software when they were under index. which is the old Index Corporation, which used to be their parent company. Nowadays, it takes too long. True, but then also HD development takes longer as well. This person says he's probably making Persona. Atlus is probably making Persona 6 again and losing on the losing hardware PlayStation 5. But it's been how many years since since Persona 5 came out? Atlus is lazing around. See, sometimes Google Translate will put a pronoun in there, so it obviously doesn't make. It's not supposed to be like that. Okay, I'm not. They're talking about 75. It was originally a Persona only company. I don't know what that person's talking about. So that's not true. The pace of development is too slow. And then they talk about it. Yeah, they're talking about Etrian Odyssey. They spent 4 years making Tactica. This person says, even though SMT5 was made exclusively for Switch, the graphics in handheld mode are rough. I thought it'd be released on other consoles, but it never came out. It's just that the skills of Atlus staff have declined. This person says they're looking forward to SMT5 Final or Apocalypse. Obviously that hasn't been announced, right? This person says, I think it was a good thing that Gust was bought by Koei Tecmo because the quality has improved and the number of titles has improved significantly. So they're commenting on the fact that Atlus was bought by Sega. Now this one, I need to explain. I'll quickly explain this, right? So this comment says, because it's a rotten connection that was originally cultivated by Purikura, I quite enjoyed Princess Crown back then. So if you don't know what these two things were, so Princess Crown is a game that was originally for 3DS, now it's on other consoles and stuff, right? Purikura, what does that mean? Well, I can tell you what it means. It's like it's an abbreviation of political correctness. So I'm not sure, but did Atlus originally publish Princess Crown? If you know that game, there's like a very almost naked woman who's like, it's like a hash and stash with a almost naked woman and a very, shall we say, heaving bosom. So they're saying that there's load of political correctness and they're not publishing games. Like, what are they talking about? There's some people are off their rocker because that's not the case. They're just not publishing a lot of third-party games anymore. Only Valinaware. And by the way, Valinaware's games are full of that stuff. So what are they talking about? Listening to these, I told you it's ridiculous. That's why I told you you'd find it entertaining. I said it's ridiculous. I did tell you that. So we're doing this at entertaining point, but the comments are ridiculous. But it's interesting to see what people are saying in Japan. Some people, the people on this forum anyway. Is 13 Sentinels the last? I guess the last work that they did. SMT5 and Soul Hackers 2 were pointlessly criticised by hardware fans. Those guys are so evil, so you should steadily advance your PC. It says multiplayer, they mean multi-platform. Please port all of Etrian Odyssey to Steam for now. You can play this one collection there, but yeah, the rest aren't there. This person says, well, I guess the 3DS was the best fit for Atlus. I used it a lot more, so more games were coming out. This person says PS2 is interesting. Again, it was pre-HD, so they could get the games out faster. This person says, at one time there were good works including SMT, Etrian Odyssey and Single Shots. I'll take the Metaphor, the go-to. This person thinks Metaphor is going to be a go-to. Soul Hackers 2 was pretty good. I don't think I'd give it a high rating though. Okay, so now some people start talking about Nagoshi. I don't know if they mean the same Nagoshi who used to work at Sega, or they're talking about some other Nagoshi. I'm not really sure. So this comment's funny. For some reason, only Persona 5 was praised by the manufacturer. I mean, again, it means developer. And to be honest, it's strange that it appeared in Smash Brothers. Is it Sakurai's arrogance? Is it Sakurai's arrogance why Joker from Persona 5 was in Smash? I think Nintendo just wanted him in Smash. I think that's why. It was fighting games and Focus 2. Honestly, fans of Persona 5 Tactica were at a level where their faith wavered. Okay, so this person says, I saw a metaphor video. Seamless is becoming the norm, even in command RPGs. Now, they call turn-based RPGs command RPGs in Japan, so that's what it means. But how long will they continue to produce pointless encounters? Persona, Mega, I don't know what this, Mega, Tensor, Hacker, all this. I'm not sure. I don't know what they're referring to there. Let's see what Red Hood says. Red Hood's just putting memes, I don't know what that is. Mr. Meguro, who wrote most of Persona songs left, so that's the end. Well, he's just not employed by them. I think he's still working for them. This person says Atlus will probably made on PS5. I think they mean Persona because they love PlayStation. If it's going to be released on PS5, the quality has to be better. It'll probably take a while. So, 4 years. They're saying it's taking a long time. They're putting the number of years, and the development's got even longer. But again, it's not just Atlus. This is like everyone. This person says, even though I was excited about Metaphor and making a new game, I laughed because it was a Persona ripoff. This person says, if Persona 6 is not released in 2024, the longest record will be broken. I can tell you right now that Persona 6 is not released in 2024. Persona 5 and 5 Royal sold 6 million copies, so it's one of the strongest among Sega. Yeah, okay, so they're criticising just different things. What's that after all? I'm just skipping over some of these because it's like... this person says the decline has been terrible since it became a PlayStation main development, I guess what I mean. Despite the long development period, the quality is low. What is this guy doing? And others, will it take about 2 years to improve the graphics? Is the 3DS in its prime? Was the 3DS Atlus's prime? Valinaware, which also used to be a mainstay, released titles that are difficult to make money because they are all about consciousness. It doesn't, their games they're not, big sellers, right? This person says, until about 10 years ago, there was a time when you were guaranteed to buy an Atlus RPG. DS and 3DS has many masterpieces. This person pre-ordered Unicorn Overlord. This person says, to be honest, I don't think you need to deal with people who are talking about PlayStation or Switch. There's no point in dealing with old men who just talk and have no purchasing power. If you're showing an unusual obsession with the hardware, then that means you're a user who won't pay for the game. J. Arthur says, I agree. Hang on. I agree. The 3DS was Atlus's peak. So all the people, they're saying, they're calling them a PlayStation developer, Go ahead, yeah?
Was it their peak? Was the 3DS their peak?
I'm not saying that. It's just certain people in this forum that say... The reason they're saying that is they were just releasing so many more games, and the games were good, and now it's like it's slowed down. But again, it's because of HD development and stuff like that, so...
But just the scope of the games were a lot easier then. If you go back to the Atlus's gameplay, you had first-person dungeon crawlers, and then you had tactical-based RPGs. You really didn't have. I think you had Shin Megami Tensei 4 and Final, which were 3D, and I'm putting that in quotations. But even the battle mechanics were just static images. So if you were to bring up a battle mechanic from SMT4 or SMT4A, it looks cheap. It's more of a visual novel where there's a lot of dialogue, a lot of choices to be made. But really, the adventuring, the battle process was very simplistic. I did not get a chance to play the
battles weren't simplistic. You say the graphics were simplistic. The battles in SMT4 weren't simplistic. I wouldn't say the battles were simplistic.
I'm talking about the actual feedback of the game. So yes,
the graphics.
Yes, it's a very complex game. But in terms of feedback, you just dealt with static characters. Even the villains that you're facing just kind of just bob up and down. There's no real movement. There's no real animation.
Mm-hmm. I think what they're saying is that some people here on this forum enjoyed those type of games. I think it's what it is. I think
right,
maybe
but
some people enjoy
would those people want? Would those people want? Shin Megami Tensei 6 in the style of Shin Megami Tensei 4A on your PlayStation 5. No,
Well,
I don't care how
they
good
might
the
have
game
done,
is,
but it
it's
seems
gonna
like
get crucified.
some people, not everyone, just some people on this particular forum was saying that. Like I said, this doesn't represent everybody or anything. It's just we're just looking at it for entertainment purposes, okay? Because it's not represented. It's just a few people's thoughts on this one hardcore gamer forum, right? But yeah, some people did like the 3DS and DS games, and they're saying like the image, the company's image starts to get weird around Catherine, as one person says. This person says the company has become a company that only makes Persona. SMT5 seems to be the best seller in the series, but it has been completely neglected. Yeah, in the sense that there's been no updates, there's no hints of like an SMT5 final, and there's no ports to other platforms. So I guess that's what they're talking about. This person says the Switch version is the best selling, and it's so when they say cockroaches, they mean Sony. So it's Sony cockroaches that they don't have purchasing power with their mouths. Well, it's still a new release. It's strange because Atlus doesn't release it on Switch. I guess they mean the other games or something. Hurry up and get Persona 6 out. How many years have you been making for games for Switch or PS5? It's okay. This person said, well, a new Persona was released last month. Yeah, it was. This person says, I wonder if anyone in this thread will buy Persona 3 Reload from the release date. I have to skip over some of these. Yeah, so when they say multiplayer, this has been translated by Google Translate as this. It means multi-platform, right? Just trust me. That's what it means. They don't talk about multiplayer. So it's funny when they're arguing as well. This person's arguing with someone else. There's no point in forcing something that doesn't have enough specs. You're angry because you only have a Switch, but I have a PC, so just play on it. If you have both, there's no need to get angry, right? It's so funny when they're arguing. This person says, I would like to buy the PC version of SMT5 if it comes out, but I don't think it will come out easily. Immediately after the release, the PC and PS4 versions were included in the... they're talking about the people data mines. They found the script. But yeah, that happened, and then, there's been no words of a port yet. Everything has become Persona. Why did 5 take so long to create a crappy battle-based game? I'm not sure if they mean SMT5 or Persona 5, I guess it could be either. Persona 5 Tactical was released, but I thought you wouldn't hear anything about it. It's crazy that Persona only sold 40,000 copies. LOL. Persona 5 characters aren't popular. The character designs are all from the old titles are disgusting. I guess that's Kaneko's fault. But Kaneko is the guy who designed like a lot of the demons. They still use those demon designs now. Here's one for you, Red. So it's something like Makoto must have been popular. Well, actually, which Makoto is it referring to? I really don't know which one, I guess. In short, I can't keep up with HD machines. Yeah, that's about it, basically.
Oh, I can barely... let me check. What are the referencing, or at least just say the words?
I don't know. It says something like Makoto must have been popular.
Oh, well, it's kind of hard because you have two Makotos. You have Makoto Yuki, the protagonist of Persona.
I'm aware there's two. I'm aware.
I don't know.
I said I don't know which one it is. I can see this says exactly that, what it was translated as, but we don't know which Makoto it is. But they've spelt it with katakana, so... Oh no, this is... Oh no, it's a mistranslation. This is... No, it's with katakana. I don't know then. Makoto. Don't know. Which one they're talking about? Could be talking about either.
Maybe.
Anyway, this person says...
I just know that both are popular. I know both are popular.
They are both popular. I think the Persona 3 protagonist is more popular though. Like, in Japan anyway.
Yeah. Well, in Asian countries, he's popular as well as you and Brandon.
Yeah. This person says, I don't think there are any Atlus games currently available that wouldn't be compatible with Switch due to specs. They're saying as if they would be able to run on Switch. This person says, I don't think Soul Hackers 2 is a game that uses technology more than The Witcher 3 or Hogwarts. So in the end, it's just a gift of kindness. They're saying, well, they put Hogwarts and Witcher 3, but Soul Hackers 2 can't. Lol. In the Index era, they were doing stealth marketing. I don't know what that means. Let's see. We'll just go through a bit more of it because I'm not able to get through all of this. Yeah, this person says Square Enix has also been able to keep up with the evolution of hardware. This person says, I feel like Soul Hackers 2 made me go, huh? This person says, for Square Enix, the limit was... For Square Enix, the limit was at a PS2 level in terms of capacity. For Atlus, the limit was at the level of portable devices such as the DS and 3DS. Okay, I'm just reading what it's saying here, man. Okay, they're talking about spoilers in the thing. I'll write down in case of hard. Okay, so this person says, I'll write it down just in case, but I'm the type of person who'd buy the entire hardware. I want it, the entire hardware if I wanted to do it myself. I don't think the current Atlus games are of a level that can't be released on Switch. That's why I responded to the response, because they responded to someone that says it's impossible to release on Switch because of specs. It's not impossible. I think it's not impossible based on specs. I agree. That's not the reason why they're... If people believe that the reason why Atlus is not putting their games on Switch is because they can't run on Switch, they're tripping. Okay, they could do it if they were. They just don't want to. That's the real answer, is they do not want to. We're talking about Etrian Odyssey.
Now back up here. Back up. You say they don't want to.
I'm reading these comments.
No.
Vinnie Mac, I knew this was gonna start. Vinnie Mac, please let me read these comments. Please let me, he came in here. I heard the Discord noise. He came in here. He's jumping in. He tagged himself in. He jumped the ropes, and he's coming in. He's trying to get into. No, Vinnie Mac. Get out! He's coming in! No, let me read these comments, Vinnie Mac. Let me read. How long have I been going? Look, I won't listen. I was going for a little. I'll read a few more, and then we can jump in. I'm just picking out some choice ones. Obviously, I should have picked out some in advance. But yeah. So this person says that SMT5 was SHIT. Everything except Persona is a little weird. Sega bought Atlus for 14 billion yen, but it's crazy. Well, Atlus would have gone out of business if Sega hadn't have bought them. That would have happened. They wouldn't have released the game for years, but it would have been out of business. I'm looking forward to Metaphor. I'm excited because the world you view is completely different from Persona and Megaten. This person says press turn is rubbed too much. I guess they mean it's used too much, something like that. This person says, why doesn't Metaphor come out on the Switch? It seems like it would work. It would normally work with graphics like that. And talking about Etrian Odyssey. This person says Persona has already reached its limits, so I think it would be good to change the idea to, I don't know what that means, change the riverbank. Maybe it's like an idiom in Japanese or something. Still, it would take too long. I don't like it because Like a Dragon seems to be stealing human resources. I don't think that's true. This person says, I don't think there are any existing Atlus games that can't be released on Switch. The reason for not making it multi-platform is the hardware specs. It doesn't matter. It's an adult situation. Buy the whole hardware for the game you want to play. I've written something like that from the beginning. That's why it's multi-platform. I was surprised when I was told that I should submit to it. Listen, Google Translate has messed that up. I don't know. It doesn't even make any sense. But yeah, this person's talking about spelling mistakes for Atlus. So this person says Soul Hackers 2 was really disappointing. I felt like they made it to kill time because they had extra production time and I bought Tactica. I don't think so, but it's just a random game with no soul. So there you go. Soul Hackers 2 has no soul. This person says it's subtle from the beginning, but the Persona effect favouring PlayStation made it more terrible than it needed to be. I think if you remove P and make the right decision, you just he just became able to do it. I guess they removed PlayStation. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Then they're talking about the manga and the anime here. We'll skip over that. This person says people were making noise about how Atlus was and Persona was great, but I guess they could have evaluated properly if they left P. I think they mean PlayStation when it says P. I don't know what is that. It just says P. Yeah, Persona 3 with cockroaches holding it up isn't that interesting either, just climbing up the tower. So, as I said, this cockroaches means PlayStation fanboys holding it up. And I guess when they say climbing the tower, there's like the tower, the thing you got to go up in Persona 3. Okay, we'll just read a couple more and then we'll get Red Hood and Vinnie Mac in. This person says, the reason why Atlus has been so weak lately is because the hardware specs have improved. Originally, they only had the development ability to make dungeon RPGs, but as a result of their greed, they created the skeleton of Soul Hackers 2. The Persona 3 remake is also a shoddy work with inferior graphics to 5. Metaphor that was used to proclaim the classic RPG was as a result of my wanderings, and they ended up with a game that is strange, from a strange worldview that is far from the royal road. I guess they mean Persona 5 Royal, and an atmosphere that resembles a degraded Fire Emblem. That must mean what they mean, Fire Emblem. But the Final Hope, Persona 6, is still in concept. They don't know it's in concept art. They haven't made any copies yet. The future is bleak, and they can't make any action. But the sense of style is getting worse. Anyway, he's right. I think the decline will continue. This bit made me laugh. It's an atmosphere that resembles a degraded Fire Emblem. I'm sorry, that bit made me laugh. Let me out. You can come in a sec. Jesus Christ. I thought that bit was funny. Okay, let's bring you in now. Let's bring back Vinnie Mac and Red Hood. Let me out. Cheeky buggers.
Oh, thank gosh. Just listening to those comments remind me too much of Twitter.
It's exactly like that, yeah.
It's just the idiotic comments is so ridiculous, especially the one with the Sega crap. I was just I feel like I'm losing bells.
Yeah, I didn't understand some of that. Like, I said, oh, well, they've got worse because of Sega. It's not because of Sega. It's because...
Even though they don't realize that if Sega didn't bought Atlus, most of those IPs would have been dead forever.
Well, I think a couple of people in at least one person there said, yeah, they would have gone out of business, but yeah.
Or radically different if they bought those IPs.
So I will say, within the chat itself, there was some stuff that they were correct with. I do believe that it is a spec issue. I don't think Atlus is talented enough to create two different types of games. They're going to create one game, and then if it can work according to their vision, they're going to port it around. If they can't, they can't. I'm not totally convinced it's a do not want to type thing. So I would agree on some spots like that. I do believe that
I severely disagree.
Yes, every game. Oh, so there's two spots to this. So you can either say they don't want to, which means that they hold some type of grudge against Nintendo.
It doesn't have to be because of a... No. It doesn't have to be because of a grudge. It doesn't mean that they have a grudge. I don't think they have a grudge against Nintendo. No, why would they? It doesn't make any sense. It's not because of a grudge. It's because they just don't want to do it.
Right. So then when you say they don't want to do it, that's not a business decision.
Right. So in the past...
So it's either a business decision or you're saying that they don't want to do it.
So
for example, if we were to take a look at the Like a Dragon series, the Yakuza series, they came out and said, we don't want to put the games out because we feel that the Switch would not support those types of games.
No, that is not what they said. They didn't say it like that, Vinnie Mac. That's not what they said. They said it doesn't have like that underground feeling or something. It was something like the Switch doesn't have an underground. So it's not Not because it can't run or we can't
Right.
do it. We can't. Not because we don't have enough money. Because we don't have the technical know-how. Because we don't have the resources. That wasn't the reason. The reason was because they didn't feel the Switch had an
I'm
underground
agreeing with you
feeling.
then.
They said, "Oh, it's for
Fine, I'm
families."
going
It
to agree
doesn't.
with you.
So that's an ideological thing. They feel it is not a good fit.
So because of
right?
that,
But with
right? So that
no,
is still a
Let me tell you.
business decision. That's not a we don't want to do it.
It's still a business decision. They don't want to because for reasons.
If they say
Atlus
that
has never come
we
out and said that,
feel
and they probably never
that the
will.
Switch does not have.
Atlus will never come out and say something like that.
If they we went through this with the Wii era. We went through this with the Wii U era.
Oh,
Why they did not want to put games on their system. So the developers came out and said, "This is why we're not going to put our games on our system, on their system. That is a business decision." So I think with Atlus, it's the same thing. They're not talented enough to make a game run on the PlayStation platforms and then scale that down and have it run competently on the Switch platform. Even games that they make for the Switch don't run great.
Right.
Shin Megami Tensei 5 was the only game for the Switch, did not run great.
Right.
Unicorn Overlord, we can all tell it's not going to run that great on the Switch. It's probably going to sell the most on the Switch. It's not going to run that great on the Switch.
Well, duh. Obviously, it's not going to run as well on the Switch as compared to a PlayStation 5 version. That's obvious. But it's irrelevant. Like, there were some people saying, "Oh, why is why are Warner Brothers releasing Hogwarts Legacy and these crappy Batman ports and Mortal Kombat, the one that just came out? Oh, they're so crappy. Why?" I'll tell you why they're doing it. Money. That's why. It's irrelevant that the game doesn't look as good as how it was originally intended, how they originally looked. They don't. WB does not care. They care that people are paying the money for those games. It's irrelevant how it looks or how it just has to be run that some people find it acceptable enough to pay the money for it. I think the Batman one, a couple of those Batman games and they run badly, but it's irrelevant to WB. It's irrelevant. No, hang on, let me finish. It's irrelevant to WB because they're making money. Now, when it comes to Atlus is a completely different kettle of fish because they don't run on business sense. Because we know this is before the Switch even existed. They made Bizarro World decisions, right? Okay, Atlus just lives in Bizarro World, right? So they are doing exactly what they've done since like 2005, 2006, where they make. Or even before that, but when they make, well, this series goes on that platform, and that series goes on that platform, and that series, and that's mainly what they're doing. So they're just doing what they've always done. It's just that now people's expectations have risen to be like, oh well, shouldn't these games be multi-platform and from the get-go? So it's like people's expectations have changed, but Atlus hasn't changed. It's like, no, we're just making this because that's what they've always done. Like in the past, they did.
Right,
They didn't put them on other platforms.
So then it's not a we don't want to decision. It is a business decision that they're making. So we can disagree with their business decisions.
We don't want to. It amounts to the same thing. Someone has to make a decision. Either we're going to do it or we're not. They don't want to. Any decision they make as a business is a business decision. Whatever reason they give, we don't know the exact reasons. We just know that they're not doing it. And honestly, to their detriment, because it's going to affect them, especially in Japan. I'm going to talk about those goddamn ads. Especially in Japan, I don't know what they're thinking. I thought it was interesting to go over some of those comments. Now, these comments were written before those most recent ads. It was a couple of days ago. For those ads, they started that ads campaign. So we need to talk about that ad.
Yeah, the 2 Persona ad campaigns.
So yeah, shall we move on to that? Unless Red Hood's got some comments.
Yeah, I saw those ads. I know you guys were talking in a different direction, so I was interested in your point of view on that.
Okay, well, Red Hood just paced out, so let's just pause that for a second.
Oh, here.
Okay, Red Hood, we're going to look at these Persona ads, okay?
Oh, yeah, time to rewatch them yet again.
So, actually, I hadn't seen. Is this a new? I hadn't seen this one. They released more. Well, I hadn't seen this one. This is like
I only
a
saw
behind
two
the
of
scene.
them, so
I only saw
looked
two.
it up, and I only saw two.
Well, now, because these two, because you can see here, these two, if you look at my screen, these two here have been on promotion as if they've run them as ads. That's why they've got way more views than these other ones. Now, these ones, I think they just, I didn't see these two earlier. These are like a behind the scenes. There's that one, which I hadn't seen this one, and there's like a behind the scenes. So, let's watch this one. I hadn't seen this. Oh, no, is this the same one? No, sorry, hang on. Or maybe
Yeah, that's just the
okay. No, we
5
okay,
one.
so I'm gonna start with this one. I'm in the order that I saw it in. So we're gonna start with this one, okay? So this is this one.
So let's do a little bit of context. So what's the
Well,
context?
I'm gonna give.
What's this?
I'm gonna give the context now. So the context is that Atlus, as always, what they normally do, they do most of their marketing towards Japan and aim towards Japan, right? So they've hired two. Now, I've never heard of these people. I've never seen them before in my life. Apparently, they're famous actors in Japan. Okay, I've never seen them before, but just they've been hired as brand ambassadors for Persona in Japan. So these commercials are only for the Japanese audience. They're only going to be shown in Japan. They're only in Japanese. It's only in Japan. It's for Japan. So they've released two different. So they're airing these commercials on television. This is TVCM. They're airing these. So the first commercial, I saw it in this order. So the first one is that they Persona 5 Royal, which they re-released it again last October. No, wait, hold up. It was last year, October, right? Last year, yeah, over a year ago. They released it on PlayStation 5 and then also on Switch. So it's a Switch version. Now, in this ad, you'll see it's their Persona Is campaign, is what they're calling it. And it's got one of these actors. And they're in this one, they're advertising the Switch version. Specifically only the Switch version of Persona 5 Royal. Apparently it's on offer. And on their Twitter account, the Japanese Twitter account, they tweeted out that it's on offer and they're going to announce when the offer on the other platforms is going to be. And they said PS4, PS5 and Steam, although they didn't mention Xbox, although it is on Xbox in Japan also as well. So, with that being said, let's look at the first ad, this one. And then we're going to look at the second ad. So, let's look at this. And it's in Japanese, so we'll just have to make the best we can. Oh wait, sorry, the volume's a bit low. I forgot about that. Oh God, the volume. How do I turn it up? Wait. Sorry, I forgot that I put the volume down because it was in my ear holes. Hang on a sec. Sorry, I need to go into my system settings because I turned down crime. Okay, so I've maxed it out now, so this is going to be hella loud. So just wait 1 second.
心は力、仲間は絆。どんな逆境にだって共に立ち向かう。抗え、そして楽しめ。仮面を脱ぎ捨てろ。
覚醒せよ、まだ見ぬ君へ。学園ジュブナイル RPG ペルソナ5ザ・ロイヤル。
ペルソナ。
I call it like a school game, academy game, or something like that. But yeah, so that's the ad, right? So they're advertising. It doesn't matter what they're saying. I caught a bit of it, but I'm not going to try and translate it because I'll probably get it wrong. So do you see the two actors there, and they're talking specifically this game. Now, my problem with this, before I even knew the context of the other ads, my first problem with this was like, hang on, didn't this game come out why are you doing this advertising campaign now when this came out like a year ago? This is too late. This is probably not going to move anything. It's probably not going to make much difference. I don't expect this to jump back into the charts. But anyway, they're doing the download version has a special offer, right? That's all I can say.
So didn't this ad come out around the same time as the 10 million sale announcement?
Yeah, it was all at the same time. It was all at the same time. At the time, it was like it was either late at night or early morning in Japan, so there wasn't really much of a reaction at that time. So that's one. You know, so they've got the same two actors. They've got the Persona music going on. Okay, cool. Right. So this one now. So this is a longer version. So I saw this the first one I saw was this 16-second one. So so let's look at the 16-second one, and then we can look at the longer version, I guess. So then there's 16-second one. No wait, is that it? Oh no, it's the Persona 5 Royal one. This is the one. Oh, it's this one. It's the 1 minute one. We need to look at the 1 minute one. I think that's just a shorter version of that one. Okay, so we need to look at this one. This is a one about the Persona series. All right. So remember the first one we saw? Keep that in your mind. Keep that in your mind. All right, got it? What you saw, how that one looked. Now let's take a look at this one. This one is a minute long.
いつの間にか自分という名の仮面をつけて生きてきた。本当の自分、それすらもわからなくなってる。いつか来る終わりに向かって毎日は続いていく。運命なんて信じない。でも何かを変えるには自分を変えるしかないんだ。傷ついたっていい。今という瞬間を出会えた仲間と生きていたい。矛盾だらけのこの世界で、絶望だらけのこの世界で。
その傷はいつしか絆になる。ようこそペルソナの世界へ。
Okay, so it says welcome to the world of Persona, right? And then they show right here. Oh, for God's sake! Right here. Right. This is the last screen you see, right?
ペルソナの世界へ。
Right. So it's the world of Persona is what they're saying. Right here, and then they're just talking about it doesn't really matter what they're saying. They're just saying, oh, my true self and fate and all this type of stuff. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, so you bear that in mind. So it's the same actors we saw in the other goddamn thing. It's the same actors, and then right here you have Persona 5 Tactica that just came out. It says now on sale. Persona 5 Royal, yep, that one's already out. Obviously, it says now on sale, and then Persona 3 Reload, right? And it's got the release date there, 2nd of February, 2024. Right? So I'm trying my goddamn best not to sweat. I'm trying not to sweat. I'm trying not to sweat. Right? So here's the problem.
Do it.
I'm not sweat. You don't do it right now. Here's the problem. Right? I should have opened this up on another thing. The first ad. Now, if you are just an ordinary person, right? You're not a person. You're not some nerd. You're not on these 5chan, these weirdo forums and stuff like that. And you just watch those ads. What would you think? You wouldn't think, oh, those first two games are on Switch, and that third one's not going to be on the.
You are reaching. No. You are reaching.
You're reaching.
Atlas Gate is showing up strong for you today.
You're reaching. You're the one who's reaching.
Is strong. You are reaching.
You're the one who's reaching.
You are reaching.
The first ad. I just showed you the second. I know you're just saying that.
No.
This is confusing marketing. This is confusing marketing.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not confusing.
It is confusing, right? Because that second one, they don't show the goddamn platforms. Not that one. Hang on, where is it?
Because you watched the first one, so now you're confused. You confused yourself. There's nothing deceptive about that secondary one.
Listen to me. Here's the problem. Oh God, I'm sorry. So let me change the audio off. They're running these two ads. This is an ad campaign. They're running all these ads on TV now. So they're running them together. So that's what I'm saying. Right. They're running them together.
But they're not running these back to back. So
no, not necessarily back to back. But you know
what? Clearly said the Switch one, and then you just have here's the history of Persona. You are reaching.
Yeah, the second ad has no platforms, Vinnie Mac. The second ad has no. Why would you think that? Why would you? They don't. Hang on, where is it now? The second ad has no platforms on it, Vinnie Mac. That's the problem. Right, why would you assume? Why would you assume that the third game would not? You've just shown the. I'll try not to swear. You've just shown the other ad. You've just shown the other. Oh my God! Stop
You're firing yourself up because you have this disdain for Atlus. You're firing yourself up. This is honest marketing. You have 3 Persona games coming out. Persona 4 Royal.
In my goddamn house. Explain that. Well, exactly. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my goddamn case.
There is nothing here that says it's on any platform. You're saying
Exactly!
that you have Persona
Exactly!
5R, it could be for any platform. You have P5T, which can be for any platform, and you have P3, which can be for any
when
platform.
was the last time
this is not deceptive marketing.
These are TV ads. When was the last time you saw television ads for games with no platforms attached to them?
It's been a very long time. So
because they never do that because there's always platforms on them.
Yeah.
They haven't even put Vinnie Mac. They could have at least put PlayStation and Xbox or Steam. They haven't even done that. There's no platforms at all. Why would they not put the platforms? It's irrelevant that the fact that it's not coming to Persona 3 Reload is not going to be on Switch. That's irrelevant. Why is that stopping you put the platforms on the thing? There's no platforms listed here. But the only advert that has oh my god! They're running these ads like not literally at the same time back to back, but they're running them, in the same over the same period, right? So in the first ad, you're showing it on. Why would you, as a person, you need to remember in Japan, it's overwhelmingly to the point it's that hasn't been seen since the goddamn Famicom, right? It's overwhelmingly Switch in Japan. So there's no way that someone's going to see these ads and not think that the third game that's about to be released is not going to be on the Switch. It's confusing. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. Oh my god, this is what happened with Soul Hackers 2. You know this happened with Soul Hackers 2. You know this is what they did with Soul Hackers 2.
We saw the same ad, and there's nothing confusing about the ad. The reason why you wanted us to watch that first ad first is so you can make the argument that it's confusing. If we would have saw this ad first, and then saw the other ads, I could have shown that ad.
I could have shown that ad. It's irrelevant, right? Because they're showing these ads with this second ad has no platforms on it. And I said, when I was like, let me show you this one first. I said, I showed it on the screen. I said, look, this one has no platforms on it. There's no they don't say the platforms.
I'm not.
Let me tell you something now. This stupid ad is not going to do anything. First of all, Persona 5 Tactica, that game, Vinnie Mac, it flippity flopped.
It bombed.
It bombed. Right. I'm glad you at least accept that. This offer that they're doing, on Persona 5 well at the moment is only on the Switch download version. They're saying they're going to announce at a later time when it's going to be on other platforms. I think I had the tweet here, or I don't know what to do with it. Well, anyway, they put a tweet out saying that they're going to announce it at another time for the other platforms. Now, I don't know. I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference, right? And in Persona 3 Reload, again, no platforms announced there. They did do the same thing with Soul Hackers 2 in the sense that when they were promoting Soul Hackers 2 in Japan, and I mean, I'm just talking about Japan right here, they didn't specifically really talk about the platforms that much, unless you went onto the Atlus, their channels, and then when they did that 3D billboard ad, it had no platforms on it, if you remember. And I was like, hang on, what the hell? How are you meant to know where it's like? It literally has no platforms on it. So if you are advertising something with it's got no platforms on it, you're like, okay, well, I want to buy the game. People buy for the hardware that they already have. They don't go, do you know what? I'm gonna go out and buy a PlayStation 5 for Persona 3 Reload. Because that's not what people do. They buy it for the hardware they already have. So I'm not saying it's going to be...
Well, then I guess in your view, this is confirmation that Persona 3 is going to be on the Switch then.
No! I don't think it's going to be on the Switch at all.
Oh, okay.
What, you think? No! I think the opposite. I think they're not. I think they're not putting it on the Switch, no matter how successful or how whether it bombs or it's successful. They're not putting it on the Switch. It's irrelevant.
Let me ask one question here. So if it's never coming to the Switch in your view, then what's the confusion then? Well, what's the confusion? So if I'm a person, I see that ad come February 2nd, no. And I say, hey, I want a copy of Persona 3 on Switch. They're just going to say it's not on Switch.
This is what you need to remember, right? Us seeing these ads, especially us who are in the know, is kind of obvious. In Japan, because Switch is so overwhelmingly dominant, it's not obvious that it's not on Switch.
Right. So
that's the sense it's confusing,
okay, so since
especially when
P3
you're running
is not on the Switch.
Right. No, but the other ad they're running that uses the same actors, it's the exact same actors and the exact same like themes and everything. they're specific. I don't know why they chose to do that, but specifically they're only promoting the Switch version in that particular ad. I don't know why, but that's what they've chosen to do. I think it's a year too late, but whatever. Atlus is weird. So that's what they're doing that, and then they're running a completely separate ad and maybe a couple of other variations, like different edits of it, just talking about the Persona series. Now they obviously are being serious with this because apparently these are I have never seen these actors before in my life. Apparently they are a big deal. I don't know who they are, right? And I've seen my fair share of J-dramas and stuff. I guess I haven't watched the right ones. I don't know who they are, right? But apparently they are famous. Like, at least like they're popular with young people and so on. That's what they're kind of going for, right? And what they're wearing, they're young people, but I mean, like what he's wearing is kind of reminiscent of like a school uniform, but it's not quite a school uniform. But yeah, they're young people. They've hired because they're trying to appeal to that audience, and they're doing this campaign. They haven't done an equivalent campaign like this for the West, so they haven't gone and got like in the West got brand ambassadors who are recognised Western. Oh, I don't think they have, or you can correct me if I'm wrong. Got recognised Western actors to do a campaign like this, but for the West, it seems like they're only doing this in Japan.
What do you think, Red Hood? If you're still there.
I'm still here. I'm still here, just trying to. I wouldn't say just trying to figure out the situation. I'm just gonna take a second, rewatch the Ash to see this whole.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll play the ones we haven't seen yet. So this is like a behind the scenes one. I haven't seen this, so let's play this one here. The behind the scenes of that commercials we just seen. Can you hear it? Like in the
Yeah, this is playing. I'm still going to stick to my guns and say that wasn't deceptive marketing. So, again, I get what you're saying. I understand it, but I don't think it's deceptive.
I can hear you, Vinny Man.
I don't think it's going to trick anybody. I just don't see, because the game is never on the Switch. I don't see what the trick is. So you might.
Why is Vinny Man trying to wind me up? Why? Vinny Man is trying to wind me up.
I'm just saying, one, you did it on purpose to kind of set yourself up for the argument. I get it, I respect it.
They're running
the trick that Atlus is trying to do.
They're running the ads at the same time. Why would you? What platforms would you think those games were on? You are a Japanese gamer in Japan. What platforms would you think those games were on?
Sure.
I'm not talking about you, who lives in the States, where would you think you could go and buy those games?
So because P3R is never on the Switch, what is the trick behind it? What is the deception?
Dude, all I had to do was make the ad.
What is the deception?
Dude, all I had to do is put the when I said to you, how often do you see ads advertising games where they don't put the platforms on it? Why do you think they haven't put the platforms on it? It's obviously deliberate. It's deliberate.
I have not seen a platform I have not seen a video game commercial like this before, where you are explain a series. So I guess the best one that we can all think will be the Grand Theft Auto series. So if there was a campaign for the Grand Theft Auto series, I don't know if I would expect Rockstar to put in every single platform that every single Grand Theft Auto's on. I don't expect that. I expect them to say these are the Grand Theft Auto games. I don't get the deception with this. I get where you're coming from, but again, I don't see the deception. I'm not deceived by this. And if I didn't know anything about this, if I walk into a store, ask for it, they're going to say it's not on the Switch. So again, I don't know the deception. I have to get on a different platform. The only thing this does is,
it's misleading.
If this gets me into the store,
if they listen, they could either have made an ad, they're just doing that ad for the Switch version of Persona 5 Royal, or they could have just had this campaign with no platforms written on it. But the fact that they're doing both at the same time with the same actors in it.
Well, you can. Well,
I
you
throw
tell
my
us all the
hat-
time that Xbox has the marketing rights for this, so maybe they couldn't talk about platforms.
No, I
since
think-
Xbox is handling all the advertising.
That's a possibility. I think though that they have done. I think no. I think their agreement with Xbox doesn't extend to Japan. I think they've obviously got something where it excludes Japan, because what they'll do is they'll upload. So you do these promotional videos. Now all the ones, if you go onto the Atlus West YouTube channel or Twitter or their social media, it all only says Xbox, Xbox Windows and Game Pass and stuff on it, right? But the ones on here, what they'll do is they'll upload an early video. They'll upload a video onto this channel, their Japanese channels, at the same time that they do the Western one, and it will be the same one but in Japanese, and it will have Xbox thing at the front and everything. And then a few hours later, they will delist that one, and then they will re-upload it without the Xbox thing on it. So they must have some, and you'll have to, and if you haven't seen those early ones where they do that, you'll have to look out next time it comes up on the, there's a new promotion for Persona 3 Royal, you'll see that, and then they delist it and then put up a new one. So they must have a thing where the first initial videos in Japan have to have it, and then because they know that because they know that doesn't fly in Japan, they will take that, they will delist it and then put up a new version with the Xbox thing removed and with the PlayStation versions on it as well. So they do it for every single thing. Okay, this one they kept. It has the Xbox thing on it.
Can I at least throw my hat in the ring about the commercials?
This one has the Xbox thing on it. Because right, so some people on that thread I looked at said, some people on that thread I looked at, we was looking at earlier, said, "Oh, there's Xbox on the," and I said, "What are they talking about?" Because all the ones I've seen, they've taken it down and re-uploaded it without the Xbox thing. So I said, "Oh, there must be some stuff that they've had that they kept the Xbox One on it." Well, here they have. So I haven't looked at every single one, and this one, and you get to the end of it, and it only says Game Pass, Xbox, and Windows. So yeah.
Red Hood, please give us your opinion.
One, I will say, I do believe you, Jody. They have done it a few times, 100%. I will believe you of that.
Okay.
However, about the live action commercial, I rewatched all three again: the 30-second, the 17-second, the 1 minute and 1 second one, all of it. It's very clear that, well, the 30-second, 17-second, while it does advertise the Nintendo Switch, but that's for Royal. No, granted, yes, it came out years ago. Oh, and they most likely just want more people to buy it. Well, the 1 minute and 1 second didn't reveal any systems, and I'm in the middle on it. Yes, I agree. It's some active, but at the same time, they just want to show people that it's almost on every system.
There's no systems on it, so how can they be saying it's almost there? All they had to do, what was stopping them? They could have put the goddamn systems on it, but they didn't. They could have put that it's only on PS, because in Japan, realistically, it's only PlayStation 5. They could have put that there. They didn't. Exactly. Rest my goddamn case. And you see this. I thought they had removed it for all the stuff, but no. But this one here, this one's only got Xbox on it. So you get people confused about. For non-Japanese viewers, Eagle's Japanese video has changed its time from. Okay, because he passed away. All right. Okay. So.
And no, it's not the same one from P5X. It's a completely different VA.
Right. Okay. So they had to check. He died apparently. So some of these stuff does have Xbox only advertising on it. I thought they had removed them all. It seems not. It seems some of them. But they do that thing where they upload them and they take them down and whatever. But it seems like some of these still have this one, the metaphor one. Yeah, nothing. So this is just a metaphor thing that they showed at the Game Awards. No, it wasn't something else. Not the one they showed at the Game Awards. No, this is them talking about it. No, never mind. What's the one they showed at the Game Awards? Oh, was this one? Okay, so this is the one they showed at the Game Awards, right? You remember this? They showed this at the Game Awards. No Xbox Splash at the beginning. No Xbox Splash. Not only that, when you get to the end, it just says metaphor there, and then it says coming in fall 2024, and then at the end it has all the platforms: Xbox Series, Windows, PS4, PS5, Steam. Has all of them on it. If you look at the equivalent video on whatchamacallit, oh look here, when you go to Atlus West, look, I've my spelling mistake there, Atlus West, right, and we go and look, official Atlus West, right here, and then we just filter by videos to make it quicker. So here's the same one, let's have a look. Xbox.
It's a story
at the front.
about a world very different from ours.
Tis a world where all people
Okay,
are
and
equal,
then you get
and
to
no
the end.
conflict exists, much like the world has.
And it only says Series X. It only says Series X, X and S on Windows. So obviously there is a different arrangement in Japan to allow them to have this situation. It's the same thing, exactly the same video, but in the Japanese one, they've put all platforms and they've taken out the Xbox Splash on it. It's the exact same thing. So they've done that, and every single one in the Western one only says Xbox. And I think I had a comment over on, so hey, it's RJ, said there are friends who honestly believe that P3R and Metaphor's exclusive. Like I said before, with this exclusive marketing rights, why do companies do that in the first place? They do it because they know it. People don't think, oh, they see an ad and they go, oh, let me do some research. Let me look up on my phone and see where it's really. They don't do that. They just take it at face value. That's why the marketing works and why companies will pay for to have exclusive marketing rights, because it works. Unfortunately, I mean, it's sort of the same thing. The same thing happens with, you look at Hogwarts Legacy. Sony had the marketing rights for that. They did a whole, you remember there was a state of play for it and everything. People thought that game. Sorry? Yeah, it was a state of play. People thought. Was it two? Two state of plays?
Yeah, they had two.
People thought that game was exclusive.
And the gameplay one.
Okay. They had two state of plays. People thought that game was exclusive to PlayStation. There was a lot of people who honestly believed it was exclusive to PlayStation. Now, when it comes to that sort of IP, a Western IP, it's big enough that it would sell. You know, it's not going to really affect the sales on Xbox side like that. When it comes to something like I hate to say it, but like Metaphor, which is kind of leans toward hardcore and kind of niche, like in terms of sales. Whenever I talk about this stuff, I'm talking about in terms of, I don't want people to misconstrue what my opinion is on the game and the quality of the game with the sales potential. It's not the same thing. Games can be critically acclaimed, nominated for Game of the Year, and bomb. We just saw that with Alan Wake 2, which absolutely bombed. Okay, it really did bomb. Right, they're selling it a half off on the Epic Game Store right now. It bombed. Okay, and that was critically acclaimed, 90+ rated game. It's irrelevant to whether a game it's not completely irrelevant, but what I'm saying is it doesn't necessarily correlate that a highly rated game will always sell well. Right? From my point of view, I think that Metaphor looks amazing. I think it looks really good, right? And it's just, you know, I'm into that kind of crap, right? So, you know, I think it looks good, but it doesn't mean it has mass appeal. And I had someone ask me on Twitter, do you think that Metaphor will sell as well as Persona 5? I said, and they said, do I think it's a Switch version because of no Switch, or do I think a Switch version affects it? And I said, there's zero chance it sells as well as Persona 5. I said, with a Switch version, it had a possibility of being a breakthrough hit, like Octopath Traveler 1 or one of the recent Fire Emblem games. I said, but even with a Switch version, it would not sell as much as Persona 5. No, I said, literally not. The highest possibility the game could sell would be like 2, maybe 3 million, 3 million pushing it, if there was a Switch version. Like, I'm like, no, it's a zero chance. It's not going to sell as well as Persona 5. Not because it's not good, not because it won't be good, but because you have to look at mass appeal with games like that. Persona 5 penetrated enough that it reached an audience outside of the normal core audience, the core RPG audience. Like, some more casual people bought it. because there was certain
Was that
elements.
Persona 5 or Persona 5 Royal? Which one sold better? Do we have that data?
I
Did
think
Persona 5 Royal sell better or Persona 5?
well, the thing I think by now it's Royal, but the problem is that what happened is they stopped giving sales updates on the original game, right? And
Okay.
all further sales were kind of like cannibalized by Royal. So we do have the sales for the first game, but it kind of stops at a certain point. There is. I wonder if J. Arthur's on the case and knows the sales. The Game Awards video.
Because I was actually wondering about that.
Yeah.
Because
people
Joker
do know
was
the
announced for
sales.
Smash before, so we do know the sales good. Because
Yeah, we do know
Joker
the sales
was
because
announced
someone
for
wrote it
Smash.
on Install Base the other day. I will have to find it. Someone wrote it on Install Base. Because somebody asked that exact question on Install Base.
That'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, it's written on here somewhere. Let me just find it. Where did they write it? No, you carry on whatever you're going to say whilst I look for it. Well, somebody put it on.
I was thinking because of when Joker was announced for Smash, I wonder if that popularity boosts Royal up. Because if you remember when it came down to Joker Smash, he had that hook shot.
I mean,
if you remember the actual model for Joker, he had the hook shot, and nobody was like, well, he didn't have this in the original game, and then it came out with Strikers, and then he had Royal. So so I'm wondering if Royal was a better selling game because of that introduction to the Nintendo audience as well.
I mean, obviously, look, it's obviously it does make a difference when they put characters into Smash. I mean, Smash, how much did that sell? 20 million or something. Obviously, it must make a difference, right? And he was a DLC character, so you do have to pay extra. Oh, I was looking for I think it's on here, JR, for the data for how much the different Persona 5 games sold. Someone wrote it on Install Base, right? But like I said to Vinnie Mac,
so my overall point was,
after a while they stopped reporting. Obviously, they stopped reporting on Persona 5 Vanilla. They don't say individually anymore after the Royal came out.
So my overall point was, when it comes down to metaphor, of course it's not going to sell as the totality of Persona 5, yes. But I'm wondering if it can sell as much as Persona 5 Vanilla. And that's why I wanted to know how much Persona 5 Vanilla sold before Royal came out.
It sold 2 or 3. I'm not going to say no. No. In my opinion, no. It was like 2 or 3 million the Vanilla sold. And it's like, no. But that's just my opinion, you know.
Right. So from your calculation, not holding you to this, but for your calculations, it sold out maybe 2-3 million.
It's on. Sorry, it's written on here somewhere.
Okay,
hang on, one sec. Hang on. It was 2 or 3. It was like 2 or 3. I can't remember. Hang on. Unless you find it before me, J. Arthur. I know somebody wrote it in the latest thingamajigger thread, but I don't know where. It's when people were talking about it's when it was announced, when they announced the sales of the Persona series, and then someone said, oh, how much did they sell? And then someone else wrote it all. But I can't find it right now.
So if we just agree that it's just
okay,
2 million,
Royal.
you don't think...
Okay, but not Royal. Vanilla. What did Vanilla sell? So I think it was 2. Was it 2? It was 2.3, right? For Vanilla. I think Royal was 3.3, and then they don't tell us. They don't tell us the sales of Vanilla anymore, because obviously it doesn't really make sense. They just bundle them all together now.
Right.
I can't find it. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thread. No, I'm not completely find it. Hang on, sorry, I was looking at the wrong thread. That was like that was last week's thread. That's why I can't find it. Sorry about that. I will look in the latest thread because it's in here somewhere.
No biggie. I was just interested because if we just agree,
what we're saying is, do I think Metaphor can sell 2 million? Let's just say that. Do I think it can sell 2 million?
Yes.
2.5 million? I mean, I don't think so.
So Persona 3 Reload is going to outsell Metaphor, in your opinion?
Potentially. We can do the math. We can do it. We can do it, J. Arthur. We can do the math. But someone did write it on
Okay.
there. Let me look for it. I think it might have been 2.2. Oh my god. This is why I should bookmark more things in the future. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this person says Persona 5 was 3.2. Yeah, there's no chance. Royal 2.3. Yeah, 0 chance. There's no chance of Metal Wolf's going to sell 3.2 million.
So Persona 3 Reload, which we have discussed, is going to sell about 3 million lifetime. So Metaphor is not going to sell as much as Royal.
Well, Royal was 2.3 and Vanilla was 3.2. So the base version of the game had sold more than as of the because they're just looking at the last figures as of December last year. Yeah. So sorry, can you see this on the screen? I don't know if it's big enough just to see. But anyway, this is what.
Yeah, Yeshua was kind enough to put it in the chat, so I'm looking at it that way.
Oh, okay. So
shout out to Yeshua for doing the research.
I found it on the. Okay. Thank you, Yeshua. So do I think it can? I don't know. I think there's literally 0 chance that Metaphor is going to. That's my opinion. I think there's no chance. I don't even think it'll sell.
About 2.3.
I thought about it like this. Okay, so it's turn-based RPG, right? So when we look at turn-based RPGs, what are the best-selling ones, right? So the ones we know about, right? So you've got the recent ones, right? I'm not talking about like back in the day. I'm talking about like recent ones. So you've got Dragon Quest 11. You've got Persona. Obviously, we know about Persona, and then what? Pokemon's off in the stratosphere. Let's just look at what is the next best-selling recent turn-based game that sold like less than 5 million? What is a recent turn-based game? What is the next thing down?
Turn-based game?
Yeah, like a recent one. The most recent one that's like below 5 million.
Final Fantasy. Rebirth.
Turn-based.
I'm sorry, remake. Turn-based.
That's not really true.
Paper Mario Origami King. Origami King. That's a 3-point-something million, right? Did we want to count that?
That doesn't count. Come on, man. That game don't count as an RPG. Stop it.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay, so this is what I think. I'll tell you what I think it is, and you can agree or disagree. I think the most recent turn-based game that's like when you look, what's the next thing down below? A game that sold below 5 million. Because obviously we're grouping all Persona 5 together, all the versions, right? I think you've got to go down. There's then like Octopath Traveler, which sold like 3.5 million. And then everything below that, there's things that sold, and that's if we're not including something like a Fire Emblem, and that's like a tactical game. But like I'm talking about the games that align most closely to what Metaphor is, which is not a tactical grid game, right? That aligned most closely in terms of gameplay, like just a turn-based game that's not like a tactical game. So obviously, if you're including tactical games, Fire Emblem Three Houses sold, 4-point-something million. It's like 4.1, 4.2 million or something like that, right? So you have to think about what games.
How much did Undertale sell?
I don't know if you want to count Undertale. I don't think that really counts because listen.
That's why I'm asking.
I'm one of the few. Listen, I cussed out Undertale because I played that game and I don't understand I don't understand why the game's so popular. The gameplay is terrible. It's not like a true RPG in the sense that you can't grind in that game. You can't grind in that game. There's a set amount of enemies in each area, and if you don't have the prior knowledge when you're playing that game that you have to play it all one way or another way, like either you go all out like killing all the enemies, or you try and negotiate with them. Right? If you don't do that and you just do what I did and you just do whatever, you get to the end of the game and you find you can't defeat the final boss. You're like, oh, let me go back and grind again. You can't, because there's no more enemies. There's only a certain amount of enemies in each area. So can you call that a true RPG? When there's only a certain number of enemies in each area? Anyway, that game, it sold a lot. So I think that game probably is in the millions. but I don't know.
I'm looking at a list of kind of like best-selling turn-based games.
Mm-hmm. Recent ones, though. I'm not talking about going back to Final Fantasy 9 or whatever.
I know. I'm just looking at Origami King is up there.
No.
So, but we're not going to count that.
Can you in your heart of hearts count that as a RPG?
No,
not even Nintendo calls that an RPG. It's not. All right.
Yeah,
so what else is on the list then?
If you want to, I guess it would be Octopath Traveler will probably be the next one down.
Right.
Yeah, I can't think of one below Octopath Traveler 1.
Yeah, so I did that. I did that at like the top of my. I did it like off the top of my head. Now, the reason why we need to talk about Metaphor sales is because in what like Sega's recent investors, when we discussed it before, investors Q&A, there was a question: do you think that the next, what the next Persona would sell, and could it sell like 5 million? And Sega said, or they think that next number Persona will sell 5 million within a year. Now, that is one thing. We're not going to discuss that right now. The next thing they said in that same thing, they said, we also have high expectations of Metaphor. Now, the investor didn't ask them about that. They just said that, right? So they said, we also have high expectations. For them to specifically name call Metaphor and say we have high expectations in the same sentence where they've just said they want 5 million for the next number Persona, it doesn't mean they want 5 million. They want 5 million for Metaphor, but it does mean what they said, they have high expectations. And to me, high expectations means they're not looking at it for it to sell 1 million. They think it's going to be like a 3 million seller.
You don't think high expectation means high expectations for the product itself. You're only looking at it from a sales perspective. You don't mean the quality of the story, quality of the voice acting, the gameplay mechanics. No,
because it was just an investors Q&A where they were just talking about the investors don't care about the quality of the game, they care about the sales. It was just about the sales.
To sort of go back to our other conversation, we have Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I don't know if you want to count that as turn-based and kind of.
No, I don't. That's
blurring the lines with that
is
one.
no.
But
no.
You don't count that as turn-based?
No.
That's why I say you're blurring the lines with that one, because it kind of is.
Even you've got to admit it. But I mean, like a game that plays most closely from like what Metaphor. Metaphor is like a there's some actiony bit where you're getting like the daybreak stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more or less like a turn-based game. So like games that most closely resemble that in gameplay. What are the highest selling ones that came out recently? That's what I'm saying. Like, why? Sega are saying they have high sales. When I say high expectations, I mean high sales expectations. High sales expectations in an investor question that didn't ask them about that. They were asking them about Persona, and they said they think Persona, next number Persona, will sell 5 million plus in the first year. Now, we're not going to discuss that right now because I think that's pie in the sky as well. But it's irrelevant. They name dropped Metaphor. We have high expectations. To me, that means, okay, we're not thinking this is going to sell like 1 million. They think it's going to sell multiple millions. They must do. Otherwise, why would they say that?
So on December 1st, you said that Persona 3 Reload, in your opinion, can potentially sell 2 to 3 million. What makes that game different? So if we're saying that Octopath Traveler is kind of like the bar for turn-based RPGs, what makes Persona 3 Reload hit number 3 or 4 in terms of
it's a known, yeah. So it's a known established IP. It's established already. It already has proven appeal. Whether it can sell 2 to 3, I said in fear. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously, they're doing. Some of it's based on nostalgia. Obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be remaking it. Like I said, I believe its potential is the same as like a Persona 4 Golden or something, like, which was like 1 to 2 million or something like that. Like we could say 2 million maybe, but there's things that there's I'm not 100% sure on that because I'm not sure how much the marketing is going to affect things, the release timing of all these other games coming out. But if it was in a clear window, even without a Switch version, could it sell into 2 to 3 million range? It's possible, but because Sega shot themselves in the foot and decided to release it next to, you know, Like a Dragon A and all this other stuff. I don't know. It has a name behind it. It's a known IP, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of other stuff coming out at the same time, and there's all sorts of different mitigating factors. And now I'm looking at some of the data, and I'm not confident about the, let's say in Japan and Asia, it's probably not going to sell as well as I thought. Looking at the data.
When I just take a look at just a basic curiosity search on just turn-based RPGs and they're selling, yeah, the least I'm looking at, you're looking at Fallout Vegas. Now, of course, this is before like Persona and all that, looking at 5 million. So you don't really have a lot of turn-based RPGs that really hit high-selling games. Right. So even saying that Persona 3 Reload is going to hit 2 to 3 million, that will be pretty impressive on that alone, just at 2-3 million. So yeah, I'm interested.
I'm talking about in terms
I
of
didn't
like,
know that the bar was that low.
Like yeah. In terms of what Sega expects, they probably do expect it to sell like 2-3 million. Of the actual potential, because basically this game is gonna be, in terms of just like sales, what it's gonna sell, it's gonna be relying just on the PlayStation audience. And it's the thing that the game is like, it's a $70 game, right? That's relying on it. There'll be some sales on PC, but it's not. I mean, basically, it's going to be the PlayStation in terms of sales. Now, Atlus, you'll see them report different sales milestones for their games. They've done it for Persona. They do it for individual games as well. Like some other games, we noticed there was no update on Soul Hackers 2. Didn't say anything about that. But they will say some certain games. But of the games that have been in Game Pass, they've never given any Game Pass numbers. I know Mousy has pointed out that no Game Pass figures have been given out for any Sega game that's on Game Pass. So it might be that they just don't want to, or they can't. Maybe they can't give out. I don't know. They've never given Game Pass numbers, but we're just going to like the sales numbers that they've given for certain games, and they have given sales numbers. I feel like if you're a company who's expecting 5 million for the next new numbered Persona, then you're thinking that Persona 3 Reload is not going to sell just 1 million. You're probably thinking multiple millions if they think that a new numbered one's going to sell that much.
I have some breaking news since we've been on the air. You know, this is the time of year where video game companies video game websites decide their game of the year. IGN gave their game of the year to Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, a game that you still not have played, Ms. Kat.
God.
So I
have explained. Listen.
Has said that Tears of the Kingdom is their game of the year, game of 2023.
Okay.
If there's only one game to play Tears of the Kingdom.
Look, I've explained what happened. Like, and it was sort of my stats. Like, starting from like May, my gaming time plummeted because I just put tons of time into my studies, studying Japanese, which I'm self-studying.
Have you at least opened the box yet? Have you opened the box? Have you taken the saran wrap off the box?
I have not taken the wrap off the box.
That's irrelevant. A sealed copy of Tears of the Kingdom? You still have a sealed copy? Your copy
I don't
still
think
sealed.
it matters whether there's a seal on the game or not. What does that mean? It means nothing.
If you have at least looked at the cartridge.
I've looked at the case. I will play. Listen,
okay.
I know I need to have more of a balance. Like, I decided I wanted to prove to myself that I could make progress in my language studies, because it's like, is it going to take me 10 to 15 years to learn this language, or can I do it like in 2 to 3 years? And I've made so much progress that it's like, okay, yeah, it is possible for me to do it in a couple of years if I put the time in. But yeah, okay, I should try and have more of a balance and not just go hardcore on studies all the time. But it's just that it was just like a personal challenge to myself where I was trying to, be disciplined and really.
We don't gatekeep. We don't gatekeep. You play at your own pace. But we can tease you about your gaming habits. We can tease you though, but we're never going to gatekeep.
I don't see how that's different, but okay. I mean, like what I've played I haven't played a huge amount. I was playing a lot of Splatoon. I haven't even played the most recent Splatfest, partially because of the last couple of ones I wasn't actually feeling that well, so I wasn't feeling up to it. But
I want to say Cat Quest. You played Cat Quest 2.
Oh, that was earlier this year though. I played Cat Quest. Most recently I've played Kirby Planet Robobot, and I'm now playing Strange Journey Redux on the 3DS. So that's what I'm playing with. That's a very strange game, by the way. It makes no goddamn sense. You just like, we need to go to the South Pole because there's demons there. And so, why are the demons at the South Pole? I don't know. There's demons at the South Pole, and you have to go and fight. I mean, it's really hard. The game is really hard. It's really difficult. Like the demons just like wipe you out. Like I'm like, how are these like basic demons like just wiping out my team? Well, I got one game over. But they're like, it's really difficult. It's actually pretty challenging. I have it on normal, and I find it challenging. But it's actually really fun because it's like it's like a dungeon crawler where you're like there's like. As you're walking along, you're generating a map on the bottom of the screen. So it's kind of like Etrian Odyssey in that way, but like different, because you're not drawing the map, it just like generates it as you're walking along. And there's just demons for reasons at the South Pole. And so that's literally the story. You go to the South Pole because it's something that's going to engulf and destroy the Earth. So we're going to the South Pole secretly. And then you go there and there's demons there. That's the story.
Right.
Go ahead, Red Hood. It looks like you wanted to say something.
Mm-hmm. Unmute yourself, Red Hood.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess.
Okay. Maybe Red Hood was Red Hood's indisposed. So I see you've written. You're talking about. I'm looking at some of these. Thank you very much, J Alpha, for the Yeshua and J Alpha. Thank you for the sales figures. And J Alpha says, Persona 3R has a name behind it. Visions of Mana versus Metaphor, which will sell more. I expect Visions of Mana as full, so they might release near each other. Yeah, did they say? I don't know if they did. They say, I think it was just 2024, or didn't it? Or which will sell more? Do you mean like in a certain time period, of like within the first quarter of sales or something like that? I think Visions of Mana, because it's an established IP. Honestly, I think it has more appeal as an action game as well. To be honest with you, I don't know what the previous Mana games sold, but like, here's the thing: Sega / Atlus are high on their own supply. Right? They thought that Sonic Superstars was going to sell the same as Sonic Frontiers. They said that, and Kike's not here now, but Kike brought up the receipts for where they said that. It sold over 1 million. Okay, Trials of Mana sold 1 million. Yeah, so the Mana series is not a big seller, a huge seller. It's kind of niche. But, yeah, Metaphor, yeah, I think, one, I don't think it has that mass audience appeal that something like a Persona 5 does. Even though it's made by the same team. I mean, they deliberately didn't want it to be the same. And now people say there's Persona elements in it, but it's not the same as Persona, where it's like, you're a high school kid in Japan, and it's in a fantasy world. It is in a fantasy world. So it's not exactly the same, although there are some Persona-like elements in it. It's made by the same team, but they've made a different, like, it's like way more hardcore, and I think like, I mean, this is just my opinion. You could think that I'm wrong. It's not colourful. It has muted colours. Yeah, I see. It kind of, yeah, the colours are pretty muted in it. Like, it doesn't have to come. It's the same people that have made it, the same team, and it's the same composer, but the music in Metaphor is fitting to the world that they've made. It's not upbeat jazz or upbeat J-pop, which is what Persona is. You know, it's just fitting to the atmosphere, but it's not, you know, And I think the music is a big part of Persona, like that kind of upbeat, you can sing along to it, jazz or J-pop or whatever, like that. Honestly, yeah, I think that is part of what makes them sell. Metaphor doesn't have that. It screams hardcore. It's hardcore. It's people like Vinnie Mac and me and maybe Red Hood, but Red Hood's pretty fortunate, so I don't know who it appeals to. Who it appeals to, right?
You're now part of the hardcore group. Is that what I'm hearing?
These sort of games appeal to me. I don't know if a casual, someone who is casually in Persona, because basically in order for these games that sell, get into the millions and millions and millions, you get past the core audience. You start getting into some casual. Huh?
Say it again. Why do you call me fraudulent?
Say what again?
I just heard you say I'm fraudulent, so.
I didn't say it's fraudulent. I didn't say it's fraudulent. I said you might be fraudulent. I don't know. Those are my words. I said you might be fraudulent. I don't know. I didn't say it's fraudulent. I said I don't know.
You can roll the tape back, Red Hood.
You roll the tape back. I said Richard might be fraudulent. I don't know. That's what I said. Roll it back. I did. Roll it back. Right. That's what I said.
Busy trying to make sure the cats are doing okay. Well, what is going on?
That's literally what I said. Reroll the tape. Well, I'm gonna have to end the show soon though, because it's like 9:30, and I have to clean this entire flat. I'm gonna have to rest first. And oh God, did I get a message earlier? If you are not feeling what, hang on. Wait, one sec. Can I talk amongst yourselves? Just to quickly do something.
Red Hood, you still there?
Yeah.
I know there's a couple of things that you want to say, so please go ahead and say your thoughts. I know there was some miscommunication, so please go ahead and say what you want to say.
Well, I was busy doing stuff before I got hear most of the conversation, but I have to agree. Reload's going to sell more than Metaphor because it's established IP versus the new one. Now, how much, like I said, don't know. I just think part of me wants it to succeed, but realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a flop in Sega Atlus standards. Assuming they have high expectations for it.
They do. The reason why I brought it up because they explicitly said we also have. I need to JR for you here.
We said P6 in Metaphor.
They said we have high. They didn't say the number. They said we have high expectations. They mean high sales expectations, and they said it in the same. Like an investor was asking them about Persona, and they brought up Metaphor, and they said, "Oh, we also have high expectations for Metaphor."
Okay, I just thought he was talking about high expectations for the quality of the product. That the
no, it was sales.
The graphics are going to be good.
No, they don't mean graphics.
So we
investors don't give two stuffs about graphics. It was an investors Q&A. They were asking about the sale. It's the sales they're talking about, not the quality. Will the game be good?
They talk about quality. It's already like in average people's minds for P3. Besides other aspects, it might as well be 10 of 10. You know. More voice acting for social link rank ups, link episodes for the male party members, more quality of life improvements to P3 like P5. It's already that standard for the most part.
Yeah, I'm just talking about sales. And they said, we also have our expectations now. Why are they saying that? They wouldn't say high expectations unless they actually had high sales expectations. Why do they think it's going to sell? I'll tell you the reason they think it's going to sell a lot is because they're high on their own supply. They're like, well, okay, Persona 5 sold a lot, so then therefore it's like kind of the same team. Therefore, if they make another game, it's going to sell a lot. And we've been working on this game for so long. There's no way it's not going to sell a lot. I think they're just high on their own supply, honestly. But that's what they said. That's what Sega said in the Q&A. J-Alpha's looking for it. It might be one of these threads.
He finally
here we
posted
go.
it.
Thank you, J Alpha. Okay, so this is, you know how I feel about Persona Central, so I'm not going into that right now. But They have the thing.
Yeah, they're fraudulent.
They're fraudulent. Anyway, we're not getting into that. So anyway, here's
Wait a minute. Wait. So how can they be fraudulent, but we're going to take them as a scholarly?
No, but just because they have it. This is because this is the link that JR forget. It doesn't matter where it's. Anyway, they have it. I'm not getting into why they're fraudulent right now. Anyway, so it says this is from the Q&A from the financial results for the year ending March 2024. Anyway, you know it's the most recent one, right? The Q&A includes an answer about the future potential. Oh my god! About the future sales of the potential of the Persona series, right? It's an investor Q&A. They're not asking. The investors are like, oh, what do you think the quality of the game is going to be? Do you think it's going to be an 80+ Metascore? They don't give a stuff. They're asking about the sales. Okay, so here's the question. Is there a chance that with its overseas popularity, the Persona series could sell 5 million copies in its first year? Meaning, presumably, a new entry in the Persona series. Not the whole series, right, I guess. Answer. By increasing the number of platforms it is available on and the regions it is released in, we have been increasing the sales of Persona 5. We believe that it would be possible for a major Persona title such as a numbered release, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean Persona 6, but they're just saying that, to sell 5 million copies in its first year by releasing it on multiple platforms and simultaneously worldwide from day one. We also have high expectations for the new IP Metaphor ReFantazio from the developers of Persona 5. So that is what it says. Okay, so the investor only asked them about Persona. They didn't ask them about Metaphor, but they included that bit in there. So the question is, do you think it could the Persona series could sell 5 million copies in its first year? Could a new entry? So they said we believe it's possible for a major Persona title such as a numbered release. So they're saying it's possible. Are we doing it multi-platform? So therefore it can sell 5 million in its first year. Bear in mind that there are very, very, very few turn-based games that are multi-platform that can sell that. There aren't even really many recent examples of that even happening. That are multi-platform from day one, simultaneously worldwide from day one, that sold over 5 million. There's none, because Octopath Traveler was not multi-platform when it sold 3 million. It didn't sell over 5. The only one that was sold over 5, excluding Pokemon, we're not talking, but even Pokemon's not multi-platform, so that first of all doesn't count. It's not multi-platform. The only one that sold the only one that sold more that was, but it wasn't So Dragon Quest XI was not simultaneously worldwide from day one, and it had 2 versions. It was in Japan first. It had the 3DS version and the PS4 version. It sold 4 or 5 million in Japan today. It sold 4 or 5 million with like the rest of it coming from overseas. I think it sold like 6.5 million. So most of it is being sold in Japan. But that wasn't worldwide from day one. And then there's 2 different versions of the game. Yes, it's the same game, but they're so different that they're almost like different games, even though the content of the game is the same, I guess, but like, the graphics and everything is different. So I can't think of like a multi-platform, simultaneous, worldwide, turn-based game that has sold more than 5 million in the first year. A recent one. I can't think of a single one because there aren't any. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody, please tell me that there is a multi-platform, turn-based, simultaneous, worldwide game, because Persona 5, don't forget Persona 5 was PlayStation only. At first it was in Japan only first. Are there any games, like they're saying, but increasing the number of platforms, right? So you would think logically, if you increase the number of platforms, then a game will sell more. Logically, yes, but that's not always how it works out. You have games on a single platform selling way more than games on multiple platforms for a number of various reasons. But that's often what happens. So obviously you have to, first of all, you have to take Pokemon off the table right off the bat, because that is, again, it sells so much so much above any other turn-based games that, you know, you can't really even look at that. It's like it's in its own league. So like the games that we're talking about even recently that were successful, they haven't even sold. Like Dragon Quest 11, yes, it did, but it was over a number of different releases over a number of different years with a staggered release and everything. It couldn't manage it right off the bat like that. Persona 5 did. So if Persona 5, so you're saying logically, if a new Persona comes out, can it be selling 5 million? Now the thing is, because of the way that, I don't know how this was worded in Japanese, if this is a literal they translated this accurately, but yeah, they're saying it would be possible for they're just saying a major Persona title, such as a numbered release. That means a numbered release, but also maybe something else. So I don't know if they would include Persona 3 Reload in that. I would hope not, because there's a zero chance it's going to sell 5 million in a year. But I would think that they have high expectations of that. But they bring up Metaphor, and specifically saying from the developers of Persona 5. So then, how would you interpret that, Vinnie Mac? Are you there?
I would actually interpret that as they see this game being at the same quality as Persona 3, 4, and 5. I understand this was an investor meeting, and anything can be tossed
when they
around,
say expectations, they mean sales expectations, Vinnie Mac. They don't mean the quality.
What I'm thinking, because of the platforms that's coming out, I'll be surprised if it hits maybe 1.5 million.
Same.
Maybe a million.
Same. That's what I think as well. Same.
But I also think it's coming out on the Switch too, so that's when it'll hit 5 million after that.
It'll be too late. Oh my god. They're not gonna hit. It's not gonna sell multiple millions on the Switch 2, which has a store base of 0. Like, what do you think that God, how long do you think it takes to build up even an install base where a game can sell that much, like a niche game? Like, the reason stuff sells so much on the Switch is because the Switch there's so many of them. If it's a launch title, it's gonna sell hardly anything.
But as a launch title.
No, it won't. What?
It's going to sell with every Switch. It's going to have a one-to-one attach rate.
What
you buy
games?
a Switch 2, you buy Metaphor.
Yeah, but Nintendo are going to have their own games on there. We weren't going to be looking at a goddamn Metaphor. They're going to be looking at, like, what is it? Like Donkey Kong or goddamn Mario Kart or something.
One first-party game at launch.
No, it won't be one.
They're going to have one first-party game at launch. Yes, yes, they will have one.
The Switch didn't have one first-party game at launch.
It had 2.
Yeah.
1-2 Switch and Zelda.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not odd to believe that they may have one for the Switch 2, and then a bunch of third-party games.
Be looking at buying a goddamn Metaphor on an install base of 0. No, by then it'll be an old game. The difference is if it was a brand new game, that potentially it could boost sales because you can only buy it there and it's a new and it's excitement. But if it's a game that's already out, it's an old port releasing that no, we're install base of 0. It's not going to sell a lot. You'd have to have if it was a different situation where it was like, okay, it was releasing the Switch as an install base of 130 million, then yeah, you've got a sales potential there. But when it's like, how much is the Switch 2 going to sell in its first year? 10, 15 million?
Okay, so then it sells about 1 million on the PlayStation, then it sells another 1 million on the Switch 2. There you go, you get your 2 million.
Yeah, but it will be an old ports don't sell like that, man. They don't sell the same as like what they do at launch.
If it is a launch title, I'm being very specific with my prediction. If it is a launch title,
but there's an excitement.
Metaphor's right next to it.
Yeah, but the problem is, Vinnie Mac, there's
just like they did with 1-2 Switch.
Yeah, but that was a new game. There's excitement for a launch title because it's new with that platform, and you can only get it there.
Well,
right?
We don't know when Metaphor is going out. We don't know the launch date for this game. It can be.
It's gonna be a late port by the time
PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and Xbox.
We don't.
The only thing we know about
when
the
do you think the Switch 2 is gonna come out? It's gonna be like next November. Come on, man, Vinnie Mac, stop it, man.
Wait. It's coming out in fall 2024.
Ain't no way, man. Come on, Vinnie Mac, stop it. Stop. Stop.
See.
Stop.
You so want to be right on this. You're like, no, you won't accept.
If you're pinning
that
your
the
hopes
Switch 2
on,
can have these games
if
on it,
you're
you don't want to
pinning your
accept that.
hopes on a goddamn Switch 2 release, then you are betting on a dead horse. The horse is dead.
Well, we are walking into 2024. Though there'll be a
Oh my
Switch 2
God, you are
presentation, and then when before into
Switch
there,
2
you're gonna have
with
to come
5
on the
legs.
show and apologize to everybody, saying I was wrong.
No, everyone needs to come and apologise to me when the Famitsu sales come and this game sells like 50,000. It sells like 50,000 because Sega, I'm telling you right now, they think it's going to sell multiple millions. I'm telling you, it'll be lucky to get to 1 million. Like we just won maybe 1.5 million. That's the limit for Metal. I'm being serious. I'm being deadly serious.
Okay,
that's the limit for it.
Okay, that's on the
It's
PlayStation
not going to be
platform.
selling.
That's on the PlayStation Xbox platform.
Sorry?
That's on the PlayStation Xbox platform. The only
And
thing we know
PC.
about Metaphor is that it's coming out in fall. So fall can be third quarter.
I mean lifetime sales.
It can be anywhere up to the third quarter.
I don't mean quarter. I mean the lifetime sales of Metaphor will be 1, maybe 1.5 million, in my opinion.
Maybe. I think it's going to do just as well, maybe right below Persona 3 Reload.
The tripping.
I'm still sticking with that. I'm still sticking with a lot of people who play Persona 3 Reload.
So what do you think Persona 3 Reload LTT is going to... No, I don't... The game's just so different.
I'm going to say less than 2 million when it's all said and done, lifetime.
For which one, sorry?
It's going to be for Persona 3 Reload,
Lifetime Reload is
maybe a little under 2 million.
A little under 2 million, okay.
And
so more than 1.5, less than 2 million? More than 1.5?
I'm sorry?
So for Persona 3 Reload...
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Yeah, Persona 3 Reload, you said just below 2 million. So is it going to be more than 1.5 but also less than 2? So I'm asking, do you think it would sell more than 1.5?
Lifetime.
Yeah.
See, Lifetime cheats a little bit because you can sell it for like $19.99, so then you get those impulse buys.
I mean, true. You could go on
Yeah.
forever and ever and ever and ever, but
right.
Let's say within a reasonable amount of time.
I
don't know where you can.
MSRP rate. If we're going to stick with the MSRP rates before the rates start coming down,
they're going to cut the rate down of that game. But they always do.
You don't think it's going to stay at $70 all year?
$70?
You think by third quarter?
Well, they might do because they kept. If you try and go and buy Soul Hackers 2 now, it's still full price, isn't it? On the digital stores.
I thought they had some major discounts on that. Maybe that's
in the retailers, but not on the digital stores.
Yeah.
In the retailers, but not on the digital stores. Well, last time it might be cut price now,
sure
but it was full price when I looked on digital stores last.
So it was launching for $70. I'll give it maybe $40. So as long as it stays within that $40 range, yeah, I'll say it might trip over.
So once the price is cut,
trip over that.
If it gets cheap enough, then people will jump on board. We don't.
But I don't believe for one moment that by the end of 2024 it's going to hit 1 million. I don't believe that.
You don't...
At the $60 price range, at the $70 price range, it's not going to hit 1 million by the end of 2024.
Okay, I think the thing is, I think that Atlus is likely to announce the sales of it. I think they're likely to announce the sales now. Some other games, it depends if they do well or not. So we never got any sales for Soul Hackers 2 because it bombed. I think that game didn't even sell 500,000. I think it, because I was thinking about it and I was looking at like the Steam sales we had and then what we knew about at the time. I think it didn't even reach 500,000. I think it bombed that hard. So we never got any sales for that. And from what Spencer said at the time, or we don't know whether he was correct or not, but anyway, he said that they thought they were going to get 700,000 within that first quarter, within 6 months. It was going to be over 700,000 by the end of that financial year, which would mean like from August until end of March. So they thought they.
I'll walk with you, and this will be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that according to Spencer, they thought they were going to get 700,000 copies of Soul Hackers 2 sold by the end of that financial year that it releases, so within, 6 months or something like that. So, if they thought that, and as a way he worded it back then makes me think that they probably he might have actually heard that, because he said, oh yeah, considering the number of platforms and everything, it's the same wording they use now, and he said that back then, like last year. So yeah, what was you gonna say?
So this would be my last point, because I understand that you have your house to claim for a guest tomorrow, and wish you luck with that. I know what it's like when you have guests that come by.
Yeah.
My last question would be this: if we had Soul Hackers bomb, and I'm putting those in quotations, and we have Persona 5 Tactics bomb, and I'm putting that in quotations, what makes Persona 3? Again, I understand it's name only, but you just got to put a Persona, that bomb, and you got Soul Hackers, that bomb. Those had name recognition. So maybe we could be right, and maybe Persona 3 Reload does better than Soul Hackers, but not as good as everybody thinks.
Well, you cut off at the end there.
That's my last point.
So I guess maybe I'm just assuming it won't bomb. I'm kind of like, well, it's a known quantity, whereas Soul Hackers 2 and Persona 5 Tactica were like brand new releases, right? So because it's a known quantity, there's already like a pre-built-in pre-existing fan base for that game or series. I think there's a series of games now.
Wouldn't you create a Venn diagram between that same fan base for Soul Hackers and Persona 5 Tactics? Aren't those the same people? I mean, of course they are the same people, but wouldn't you expect the same group who bought Soul Hackers to be the same group that bought P5T to be the sole group that buys Persona 3 Reload? So for it to do better, that means you got to get more people who do not care for Soul Hackers, who do not care for P5T, those Neo Persona fans that you now call them, to now come back
call them differently,
to the Atlus range when they've been away for a year.
So they're definitely going after the Persona 5, the Neo Persona fan, the Persona 5 audience specifically. They've done a number of things to make it a bit more like Persona 5. I think that the failure of Soul Hackers 2 and Persona 5 Tactica prove a couple of things. First of all, it's not just slapping Persona 5 on something that will just make it sell. Clearly, because Persona 5 Tactica, well, I think that was a colossal, not just a little, but I think it was a colossal failure. And they're probably never going to speak about that game ever again, other than these like promotions they're doing in Japan right now. They're probably never win, probably never going to get a sales update, nothing, because I think it bombs that hard. If it's literally not in the NPD for the month it released, they have all the data for all the platforms. It wasn't in, like I said, when I looked at the time, I looked, and it's not. It didn't appear on. Wasn't in the PSN top 20. It wasn't in the PSN top 20 chart that they release for North America, Europe or Canada. It did for PS4 or PS5. It did appear in the Japanese one. For the PS5 it was number 6, and for the PS4 it was number 16, which also is not great, by the way, but at least it was there. That's the only region it appeared at. For the eShops at the time, for the pre-order period, it wasn't in the top. I looked because people track these eShops. It was in the top 50 for any eShop in the world, and I think it just releasing next to Mario RPG just killed it. I think just people just weren't interested. Now, my hypothesis is, and I don't have enough data to back this up, there isn't enough data at this point, I think the Xbox exclusive marketing affected the sales of Persona 5 Tactica. Not the Game Pass deal specifically, because a game can be in Game Pass. You can put a game day one in Game Pass and it not have exclusive Xbox marketing. So they've done that before. There's been games that are day one in Game Pass, but the marketing deals didn't have exclusive Xbox marketing. In the West, Persona 5 Tactica was only marketed with Xbox logos. When we've seen the channel, like it's only Xbox. It didn't say anything about any other platforms. And I think, well, how can that affect it? I told you, because most people don't do research. They go, oh, let me get my phone. I'm gonna make sure. They don't do that. They just take it at face value. Oh, that's an Xbox game. Well, I'm an Xbox user and I don't give a stuff about Persona, let alone Persona 5 Tactica. Why would I buy that game? Someone who's got a PlayStation and Switch. Oh, that's not. Oh, okay. Well, it's not coming to the platform I have. Oh, I won't bother with that then. And that's that. And that's the end of it. They think of it for a split second, gone. Never think about it. Now, that's just my hypothesis for that it affected it. People say, well, you don't know, Jodie, that that might not have had no effect whatsoever. Okay, well, let's wait and see what happens with Persona 3 Reload. Now, like I said, I don't think the game is going to bomb like I don't think the game is going to bomb like what do you call it? Like Persona 5 Tactica. There could be an effect though. So if we've seen in Japan, they don't necessarily obligated to have Xbox exclusive advertising on every single time they mention the game, which is they do in the West. So it might be less affected. Like Persona 5 Tactica was in the charts, appeared in the charts in Japan, where it didn't in any other region. So is it because the advertising deal was different there and they could market it without only having Xbox on it? So we'll have to wait and see if Persona 5 now with like the with Persona 5, it sold more outside of Japan than within. One of the main reasons for that is there's just more people outside of Japan than are in Japan. So there's more sales potential outside of Japan, but it sold more outside. So we'll have to wait and see in the charts when Persona 3 Reload comes out. Will it have like a more significant presence in Japan than in the West, or what? And I don't even know how I would compare those. So we'll have to wait and see. Is that going to affect? That's just my hypothesis on what I think happened. Persona, yeah, in terms of sales, Persona 5 it's unproven that Persona as a whole franchise is bigger than in the West. Persona 5, yes, sold more, but the other we don't know for any other, because we haven't had any other test case of it yet, other than Persona 5 Tactica, and that just bombed in the West. It only appeared in sales charts in Japan. In the West, it bombed. I mean, it bombed in Japan, but at least it appeared in the sales charts. In the West, didn't appear at all. So we need to see like outside. So I would assume that Persona 3 Reload would sell more outside of Japan than within Japan, because there's more sales potential. There's more people outside of Japan. Will Xbox exclusive advertising affect it? So in the West, you're advertising it like an Xbox exclusive. In Japan, they are either just not putting the platforms, like you saw the ads, it doesn't say what platforms it is, or they have some videos and stuff that have only Xbox on it, and they have some other videos and stuff that have the other platforms as well. So it seems a bit more of a mixture. Like it's not like that every single piece of promotion that has to have only Xbox. So will it affect it? I don't know. I don't think there's enough data for me to conclude that right now. Like I said, it's just a hypothesis at the moment. I'm not sure if that was the main thing. What people will say to me, do I think it's Game Pass? No. Like I said, I don't think, because it's irrelevant. I don't think it being on Game Pass on Xbox is going to affect the sales on other platforms. I actually don't. I think that it's the Xbox exclusive advertising. I feel like if it would be the exact same thing, where the game's day one in Game Pass, but then you're promoting it for the other platforms, then it has a better sales chance on the other platforms. But that's not how they advertised it. They advertised it as though it was an Xbox exclusive, even though it's not. Do you see the difference of what I'm saying? because
I do.
when I brought this up on Twitter, people assumed that I was talking about Game. I'm not talking about Game Pass. So like, oh, it's Game Pass. Because you don't forget, you can't say anything critical about Game Pass. I wasn't even talking about it. I never even brought up Game Pass and anything I said. I said I thought it was the Xbox exclusive advertising that affected it, not Game Pass. Because I think you could put the game day one in Game Pass and still have it sell on other platforms. It depends how you market it. But if you market it as though it's only on Xbox, most people don't do basic research and stuff. They don't look and they just assume, oh, it's just an Xbox. It's Xbox exclusive. So they just don't. You have to advertise you have to advertise. It's not just a game just exists and then you just assume everyone's going to run out and buy it. You have to advertise games as well. So you're essentially making a game and then just not advertising it to the audience that would normally buy it or where they would normally buy that game, which would be on PlayStation. So there's no there's no advertising for PlayStation at all for Persona 3 Reload in the West. There's nothing. All of the advertising only says Xbox. What they've done in the West. In Japan, it's a bit different.
We'll see how it plays out on the MPD when the game initially releases, and we'll see where it places.
Yeah, so I think it will place on the MPD. It won't be like a Persona 5 Tactica. I think it will be there on the MPD. Where it will place, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Because it's
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it probably wasn't going to be it's not a game that's going to be like a giant, huge seller, but it should at least be enough to have a decent placing. We'll have to wait and see. I think it will. I mean, off the bat, I would say P3 VAR, yeah, and Steam to an extent, yeah. I think it would place this. This is what Mobile Suit Gooch says. How did your job interview go, by the way? Hope it went well. Yeah, it would be on the yeah, I think it would be on the NPD.
Okay, well, we'll see real soon. We also talked about this. We know that February is going to be a packed month, especially in the West. So we'll see what games squeak out on the top 10.
So I mean, there's like mitigation.
Alrighty, well, I understand you have other things.
Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm going to have to get going. I appreciate it as always. Thank you for the invite.
Thank you.
Red Hood, pleasure as always. Fantastic show, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Philly Mac.
Bye.
Okay, Gooch says their interview went well. It went well.
Well, that's good.
That sounds fantastic. So, yeah, we got to a lot of these. So we basically got to discuss everything this week, which is good. But we are going to wrap up the show because we've been going extra long. I'm sorry I didn't see your comments in the other chat. How much did SMT 5 sell? 1.1 million. Game Pass, Gooch, Gooch, that's you. Gooch Suplex Hold is the same Gooch, right? Xbox Game Pass effect. Yeah, but like I said, I don't think it's Game Pass. I think it's the exclusive marketing. Like, if it was the exact same thing, if they did the same thing, but the game wasn't in Game Pass, but Xbox had the marketing deal, right? So imagine the exact same thing, but the game wasn't in Game Pass, but Xbox still had the exclusive marketing. I feel you would have got the same effect. I feel like the same thing would have happened. And you've got a situation where their next games coming out, Persona 3 Reload and Metaphor, are going to have Xbox exclusive marketing. With Metaphor, it could potentially, could snuff that game out, potentially. Because the only place it's going to sell is on PlayStation, basically. PC to a lesser extent, but the main audience would be on PlayStation. If you're not advertising to, like, it's already niche, it's a new IP, you're not advertising to them. Like, what are you going to expect? And I had even people telling me, like, on Twitter in regards to Persona 5 Tactica, oh, well, they got the Microsoft money, they expected this. I was like, no. If they didn't care about selling on other platforms, they wouldn't have released on other platforms. They didn't make the game with like, oh yeah, we're gonna get money, we're gonna get Game Pass money from Microsoft. No, they didn't start development of the game like that. Microsoft just came to them mid-development and was like, your games on Xbox now, money, here money. That's what happened. That's the first thing. And the other thing you need to think, I said this before. I said there's no way that Microsoft didn't make what this seems to be a multi-year deal with Sega/Atlus that does not include Persona 6. They have probably already locked in Persona 6 as for Xbox exclusive marketing into this deal. They've probably already done that. It's probably already why would they make a contract like that and not include the next mainline Persona? Of course they did. In my opinion, we have to wait and see. Obviously, it's kind of years off at this point. But I think they probably did lock it in, yeah. It'd be really effing weird if they had done that, but it didn't include Persona 6. I think, yes, it did include Persona 6. And I think they've already signed they've already signed off on it. It's already done. So we have to wait and see. Now that Persona 5 Tactica bombed, and I think we can all... I've been saying weeks ago that it bombed, but now I think other people are now accepting that it bombed. Right?
Yeah. It was pretty much inevitable it was going to bomb.
But it didn't have to be inevitable, though. It was only inevitable because of the circumstances around it. The way when they announced it, the way they marketed it.
I know. Plus, you got you got the, like you said, the exclusivity deal with the Microsoft, marketing. You got P3 are completely gutting it, and also strategy RPGs or
niche anyway.
Niche. And you got the art style it takes place during P5 story. It's a multiple.
There was a whole number of reasons, but it shows that they can't just slap. Oh well, here's Persona 5 characters. What it's going to sell because Persona 5 sold. Obviously no, that's not enough. And then with the Soul Hackers 2 situation, it was like, okay, we're trying to make. I feel like that was them trying to make SMT more palatable for fans of Persona. That's what I think that was.
Yeah.
And it didn't work.
Yeah, which is why I still think that game was a sacrifice for those remastered ports of Persona.
A sacrifice? What do you mean?
Oh, well, before even the game came out, remember the Microsoft showcase from last year when they revealed that Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Gold, and Persona 5 Gold are not only game remasters coming on Xbox. About 3 days later, every system until the final day of that month confirmed to be Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, Royal Remaster came out about 1 or 2 months after Soul Hackers 2.
Oh yeah, they effed up the marketing of Soul Hackers 2 because of they started marketing Persona 3 Reload before it was out. Before Soul Hackers 2 was out, they announced Persona Reload. Sorry, I mean Persona 5 Royal Remaster was announced before. The announcement was before Soul Hackers 2 was out. Yeah, basically. So they basically started the marketing cycle for Persona 5R Remastered before Soul Hackers 2 was out, and people were like, well, screw that. And yeah, no, I think that did have an effect. Yeah. I said at the time, I thought it did.
Which is why ever since I've heard that was the talk of the town and everything. I have heard nothing from Soul Hackers 2 once those remastered reports came. I see it's like, oh man, finally I get to play P3 or P4 again. Or heck, remastered port of P5.
And there's people that had already played it. That was the other thing. Metaphor. I remember the confusion. Remember King Naokami found the leak. Which leak are you referring to? The leak of what? P3R. I love you called him Naokami King, not King Naokami. Oh, the P4 fighting game. Did that leak? I don't even remember.
I didn't even know that even leaked.
I don't even remember that. No.
And that game was a freaking disaster. The remaster.
Was a disaster. This again, Atlus being done. Why are you releasing what is essentially a sequel to Persona 4 Golden before that? Because don't forget, they released that before we had any announcement of these reports.
Referring to, I think I know what he or she's referring to. It was a glitch in the website that when you look at it, you clicked on Persona 4 Arena,
and it says the Midnight Bundle or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. The Midnight Collection.
But did they even do that Midnight Collection on other platforms? I remember they did it on Steam. It was called the Midnight Collection. Yeah, okay, yeah. It probably was. I don't think they did that Midnight Bundle on other platforms. I think that probably was actually a glitch, because I don't know about Yes, they released the game on other platforms, but they didn't do.
No.
What the hell's that?
I accidentally saved it. Well,
Didn't accidentally. What? This man's trying to convince me that that's an accident. That's not an accident. You did not do that accidentally.
Yes,
sorry.
I did.
You're not sorry. I need to show this on the goddamn stream. That is not an accident. How can you tell me you accidentally put that in the chat? That's not an accident. It's deliberate. She can still. Okay, alright. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Oh,
you know what?
Man.
I'm turning this off now because you're getting too wild. Oh God, look, I did. Like, you made me click the comments by mistake. Oh my God. I need to get rid of this. Oh, for the love of God.
But yeah, that's right. I remember that, and that didn't even end up anything until when the Persona anniversary was coming to an end. And I don't even think that the Midnight Collection for PS4 even happened, or Switch.
It didn't. They didn't really. They never. That's what I said. I think that was just a glitch, because they never released that Midnight Collection.
It was a glitch too, though it didn't stop the people from coping.
Exactly.
Though.
There's all this cope. Like, just how people are coping now with them putting. They're not putting a metaphor and Persona Reload on a goddamn Switch launch games. It's not happening. Finny Mac, you can listen to this VOD, and I'll tell you now. I'll tell you to your face as well, Finny Mac. It's not happening. And that was not an accident. I know you did that deliberately. Yeah, anyway, we got to talk about all the things. This show has gone hella long, and I'm kind of like seeing double. So we are going to end the show. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who turned up today. Let me do this thing. How was it? So thank you, Red Hood and Vinnie Mac, for joining me today on the show.
It's been fun.
It's been fun, and thank you for everyone who turned up to the chat, who was able to tune in. Marady K, use yourself. Let's Marady K, Mousy was here, J2, Dank, Yeshua was here, and do you know what? I can't remember. Gooch was here, Kike was here, but had to leave. Kike, I hope your procedure went well. Hey, it's RJ, and you know, other people, but I can't remember everybody, and I'm tired. That's the truth of it. I'm tired. Yeah, but I actually, you know what? We got so excited I forgot to play the music. We got so excited while talking about those goddamn adverts that I forgot to play the music. So we're gonna have this relaxing Xenoblade music to take us out. And yeah, this stream's been pretty long, but I definitely feel like we've got to discuss the topics. Oh my God, this is loud as hell! This is loud as hell! Oh my God! This is a good thing you can't hear this! Good God! Right.
I'm sure I'll find out later.
Okay. Right. Oh, I had to turn it down. We're ending now anyway. So why is it so loud? We're ending now. So thanks everyone, and we'll catch you on the next one. Bye bye.
Look down before you play Mitsu Kirijo.
What? I don't know what he's saying.